Ladies and gentlemen, the town clerk has informed me that we do have a quorum. And I know how excited you are to get this started all over again. When last we met, Article 40 was on the docket and we passed Article 40. After that, we adjourned to this evening. For the past two nights, I've started out with practice votes, but you all look like you are veterans. Are there any rookies that want to go through a practice vote this evening? David Kane, did you raise your hand? If not, then let's begin this evening with Article 41. Community Preservation Fund, soundproofing of outdoor pickleball courts at Ellsworth McAfee Park.
Good evening again. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $54,500 for the Community Preservation Fund revenues, from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Recreation Department for installation of soundproofing at the pickleball courts at Ellsworth McAfee Park.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded.
So good evening again. I'm John Campbell, 29 Spruce Hill Drive, and I'm speaking to you for the Community Preservation Committee. Thanks for your support last night, and now we're on to Article 41. Pickleball. Of all the projects that CPC has had and we've been able to bring to town, I'm not sure there's anyone more popular than the pickleball courts. These went together very well, went up very quickly. They're used constantly. I'm still not a player yet, but it looks like a lot of fun. However, one unintended consequence is the pop, pop, pop of the ball to racket is still a sound that seems to permeate, and it has become a nuisance to some of the neighbors, nearby residents, abutters, not to mention those other park goers who are doing something else in the park. So this proposal would be to upgrade the facility with what's called a fence soundproofing, and it looks like a mesh. It's really not unattractive to the eye. It probably will even block some wind and so on, and sun. The intent is to put it on the high fence walls on at least three sides, not the low wall, but it will do an excellent job of abating the noise. We're not the first community to use this solution. It's been used extensively all over the country and many other courts in neighboring communities. So we believe this is a very good upgrade for a facility that's one of the most widely used in town.
May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 41, please?
Voted unanimously to recommend approval of this article.
And from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee voted by a majority to recommend this Article 41.
Thank you. And I see that there's someone that wishes to speak on this topic. Please.
Hello, Kelly Gannett, 69 Northgate Road. I am in favor of this. I'm supporting this. My question is why didn't we know about this before? Like, why wasn't this cost and thought of before all of?
We weren't smart enough.
Okay, just checking. Okay, thanks.
Yes, please.
Tristan Besant, 104 Green Street, and I'm in support of this. I think the pickleball courts are a good addition to town, and I'm in favor of doing things that are kind to our neighbors. I just have one question, and that is the funding source. I know this is proposed from community preservation funds. Were ARPA funds considered for this project?
I'm not aware of the consideration for ARPA funds, but I'm pretty sure this was not on the list of their priorities.
Okay. So I read through the report from the Appropriations Committee, And they recommended, this is from their report, where the direct application of ARPA funds to offset borrowing does not meet scheduled deadlines, the funding of immediate capital projects allows the use of free cash to be applied rather than borrowing. They mentioned that there's nothing in the pipeline and that we ought to be looking for projects that we can spend this money on now that help offset and save free cash. I would throw community preservation in that bucket as well. ARPA funds are one-time use. They're a gift. They're a grant from the government. We need to appropriate them by the end of this calendar year. We use them or lose them, and I think this is a good opportunity to spend something that falls within the guidelines of a benefit to the community. And it's a small piece, I realize that. There's some other things that were on the docket last night that unfortunately I missed because I was taking kids to and fro, that I think would have also been good opportunities to spend ARPA funds and save the town some money for some upcoming projects that we know are on the horizon, the fire station, the schools, and some other things. So is it possible to use ARPA funds for this project?
It's certainly not impossible. It's certainly not possible at this town meeting. I can only speak from the standpoint of the CPA and my experience in our towns utilizing it as a resource compared to other resources in town. Remember that the CPA revenue and the state match we get and the reserves that we accumulate, they're independent of the town's free cash calculations. They're independent of capital planning, which is what makes it such a good extra resource in town. So I'm confident in saying that when there's an opportunity for a recreational facility, or obviously for open space and things that we just talked about last night, that the town wants to look to CPA first and see if it's affordable, qualifies, and use that resource wherever possible, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful thing. I do have, if it's permissible, a proposed amendment that's very simple, and it would simply state to fund this from the available ARPA funds rather than from the community preservation, which I think is a good move for the town, saves money. So I make a motion.
May I hear from the select board on that?
Hi. The way that the federal government set up the rules for ARPA is such that the appropriating authority is the select board, and town meeting does not have the ability to spend any ARPA money. To answer your general question, we have, I've got the list with me if you're curious. I've got a list of 126 requests for ARPA funds, totals well more than the 1.7 million that's remaining. Pickleball soundproofing was not a request. So I don't think it would be permissible to make that amendment because town meeting does not have the authority to spend ARPA money. I do expect that in the next couple of months you're going to see a lot of discussion in the select board about ARPA funds. We have to make commitments for all the funds by the end of the calendar year, as you mentioned. My goal is that by the end of probably mid to late October, that we have that all ironed out so that we can enter into contracts, and if anything is left over, have the opportunity to reallocate before the end of the term. I certainly don't want to spend, to send any money back to the federal government at the end of 2026. So we're going to be working very hard at that. Appreciate your interest. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing that as offsetting some things so we can put aside free cash and other borrowing for our future upcoming projects.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I just have one quick question. Are you withdrawing your motion to amend?
It sounds like it is not permissible, so yes, I'd be withdrawing the motion.
Okay, and the seconder agrees with that? Thank you. Over here, please.
While this does not have the ability to allocate ARPA funds, I think if a vote was taken on this, that it's certainly within the purview of the select board to use that money. They could sit there and look at the will of this body, and if that is to use ARPA funds, they certainly at their next meeting could vote for it. So to say it can't be done isn't correct.
Yes, please.
Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. So actually, the question would be, if this article was to fail, would the Select Board consider putting it on their priority list that they're going to be discussing at the next meeting, at their future meetings?
Go ahead.
If this article as proposed were to fail, I can't speak for the full board. I would look at that as the town meeting saying they don't want this project. As I said, we have well over 100 projects to consider. This is a great source of funding for this particular project.
I don't disagree. The question, though, was that if to the last two speakers, if the will of this body appears to be that ARPA funding would be the preferred source of funding for this project, whether that's by denying this application, this article, or by amending it that in a way that is not binding, would the Select Board then consider putting it on their priority list? Understanding that not everything on the priority list, as you just said, is going to be able to be funded because of the limited funding. I think that's the interest at the moment.
And right over here, please.
Leslie Harrison, 28 Moore Lane. I think without knowing what those other projects are, as Mitch has said, there's a lot more projects and there is money available. Why would we pass up this opportunity to use this perfect funding source and possibly lose it? And what else would be sacrificed if this were to be approved? So
Over here, please.
Marilee Borden, 63 Little Pond Road. I've been involved in a lot of conversations about ARPA throughout the last couple of years, and I've done a lot of research on it. And I know that the best way that we can use ARPA is to invest in things that are going to have a great return on investment in our town, so we can take that money and grow it. So looking at things like solar panels, which were brought up last night, if we buy a solar array that can earn us money every year, that's a much better use of the ARPA money, looking at the long-term benefits to us, rather than spending it on a recreational use when we have this perfectly available CPA funds, which are designated for things like pickleball and recreation and basketball courts and green space. This is the kind of project that the CPA is designed for. I think we need to think, I just want to make sure that everybody here understands the value of the ARPA money and how we can use that to benefit our town in greater ways when we have this opportunity to cover pickleball.
And over here also.
Scott Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. To build on what you just said, we have to be careful about language. It wouldn't be going on a priority list. It would be going on a candidate list. And a candidate list of over 100 items. This would likely not get priority and not be funded. And that's where I agree with the chairman of the board that this likely would not get funded if it weren't to pass and end up on a candidate list versus all of the other higher priority items. I support passing this now.
Thank you. Hearing no other discussion or questions on Article 41, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $54,500 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Recreation Department for installation of a soundproofing at the pickleball courts at Ellsworth McAfee Park. The vote is open. We have 5 seconds left. And the vote is closed. Article 41 passes. Article 42, Community Preservation Fund, Affordable Housing Corporation. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I vote the town vote to appropriate the sum of $126,856 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation for the purposes of creating affordable housing.
The motion has been made and seconded.
So a reminder from last night's introduction on CPA and CPA funds, we must always spend a minimum of 10% of our new revenue on affordable housing. And it also should be more, in my opinion, as I stated before. But having the ability to bring this each year also allows me to praise the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation each year for the excellent efficiency they've done in creating projects with the CPA, revenues they receive, and with partnerships they've created with organizations such as Habitat for Humanity. So I really want to continue to praise their efforts. This slide shows some of the projects you're already familiar with. The Center Drive development on the left and the 3339 Main Street apartments that were created out of the Cyrus Gale old general store. Also very recently, the resources were used in the last year to create affordable housing out of this duplex on Boundary Street. The NAHC has a current project to add additional units on Boundary Street, as well as the potential project on Village Drive, where we already have a housing complex. They continue to look for opportunities in town where we can add 1, 2, 4 unit affordable housing units that are much more easy to accomplish than a larger project, and continue to keep us not only above our 10% threshold for the 40B mandate, but to continue to add this resource to town. We always need more affordable housing. Housing is so expensive, and even our most basic employees and staff and so on have trouble living in town. So again, can't say enough about my praise for the NAHC, and I ask your support for this article, which would grant another $126,000 into their resources. As a reminder, every year when the town has voted this in the past, these monies go into a funding agreement whereby the town maintains control of the money until NAHC has a need. They present an invoice or a project plan, the money is paid out and it goes toward the project. So it's been extremely efficient, and the town has gotten a tremendous return on its dollars through CPA. I ask your support again for this article.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 42, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Mr. Moderator, by a majority, the Financial Planning Committee recommends approval of Article 42.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, Gib Chase, Juniper Brook Development. This is a corporation that's been around for quite a few years that, you rarely hear of. A lot of people didn't even know about it. It's pretty narrow interest, and it was formed pretty much by realty interests. And I kind of wonder, the appropriations of it and whether the money's being used right or not. I would like to know who you bought this house from. Who was the realty dealer?
I don't have that answer.
You don't know who listed the house or who you were buying it from?
No, I don't have that info, but there's someone behind you that does.
That's like us coming to this meeting and not knowing what you're doing with the money you're asking us to approve,
Sir, the workings of the NAHC are very transparent, known in town, and the gentleman standing behind you is the most knowledgeable person in town that can answer your question.
Well, anyway, I feel that I don't think there's a need for this. We're getting hit with affordable housing pretty much in every direction, and when Article 50 comes up, you're going to have a lot more of it. And it isn't going to reduce the finances here to the town or to the taxpayer. Any housing like this, we don't really have affordable housing. Northborough is 12.5% cost of living above the state average now, and 11.5 above that for the national average. Living is getting pretty costly. I don't know, what is the affordable housing price in Northborough?
Again, if I had those figures in my head, I'd be an expert, but it's based on a known percentage of income, and that's how the basis for affordable housing is produced and how you qualify.
Last I had heard, we were up around 470, could be 500. The medium home price in Northborough has gone up considerably. I don't think there's a use for this corporation anymore, quite frankly, and I would request that you all consider to vote it down.
Over here, please.
He's the expert, he can go.
I can't hear what you say if you don't use the microphone.
So if he's the expert, he can speak first.
Mr. Leaf.
I'm Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road. I'm the treasurer of the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. We've been in existence since 2008. Since that time, we've been able to create 10 units of affordable housing, which have gone on our subsidized housing inventory to offset market rate housing. The house you see before you was constructed by Habitat for Humanity in the late 1990s. It's a duplex. On one side of the unit, the woman who lived there passed away. Her daughter was impressed by the fact that her mother was able to acquire this home at a very reasonable price from Habitat for Humanity, and opposed to selling this house on the open market, she sold it to Habitat for Humanity for a very reasonable price, with the understanding that Habitat for Humanity would renovate the unit and would make it available to another low-income family. So in this particular case, the acquisition cost of this house was $300,000. The Housing Corporation used some of the money that we have in reserve through the CPA, put $100,000 towards the acquisition price, and the way Habitat for Humanity works is they conduct a lottery of income-eligible people. These are people usually making 30% of median income. The price of each unit that Habitat sells is based on the ability of the people to pay. Habitat finances 0% mortgages. So all of the units that we have worked with Habitat sell for well below any average price in the town of Northborough. There are no realtors involved. The acquisition price is extremely low, and it's targeted through a lottery at deserving families looking for this kind of housing. That's been our mission. Those are the kind of people we work with, and the money we're talking about tonight would just allow us to continue to work with nonprofit developers like Habitat and do more projects like this. Hopefully that clears up kind of the confusion about this.
Now you may go.
Thanks. I was just going to speak a little bit about the Habitat. That's my house. So thank you, Northborough.
Hi, Mark Millette, 1207 Avalon Drive. To the gentleman that said that we don't need affordable housing, you said all the reasons we do need affordable housing. It's over $600,000 is the average home price. You're 12% above Massachusetts, 11% above national. Those are the reasons you need affordable housing, not that you don't need affordable housing.
Any other questions or statements or concerns about Article 42? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $126,856 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation for the purpose of creating affordable housing. Voting is open. We have 5 seconds left. And the voting is closed. Article 42 passes. Article 43, Community Preservation Fund, Restoration of First Parish Church Steeple. Mr. Campbell.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $210,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the First Parish Northborough Unitarian Universalist Church for the structural restoration of the steeple.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
So this article is in response to a request from the First Parish Church Group to help repair the steeple so that the bell can be supported and can ring again. We have supported the First Parish with CPA projects in 2 previous occasions, and this body voted them in. One was to create a handicap access ramp, which is an allowable use under CPA, and the second was for updating the exterior siding and around the steeple area, which was helpful but did not prevent enough of the water penetration, which has been permeating inside and rotting the wood stairs and truss and support underneath the bell frame. So they've been postponing this for several years. They actually came to the board last year and came back with additional specifications, well thought out, so that we know that this is a fair price for the portion that they are asking from the NAHC. They will also be seeking grants that are available to Massachusetts for this kind of project. When we have this kind of application come before the CPC, first of all, we'd be granting money to a non-town entity. A lot of our projects are to facilities already owned by the town, whether it be a park renovation, like we just talked about, or acquiring open space, and so on. However, in many cases, we do give grant money, and the town votes it in, to private entities. The Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation is one of those. Even though it's a private entity, as Rick just described, he's very much working in concert with the town. Similarly, this body has granted CPA funds to the Historical Society building, and as I say, on previous occasions, to First Parish Church. So when that kind of application comes in, we have to look at how that would be accounted for. And remember that anytime we do vote and grant money to a private entity, the money is controlled by a funding agreement. This is a legal mechanism we developed early on in the CPA, which again ensures that the town essentially controls the funds until the project gets going, and then as invoices and project reports are created, the funds are dispersed. So you should know that that assurance is always in place. The second thing we need to consider is that this is a church building, so there is some concern that has to be raised where we need to make sure that we're not just giving funds to the church alone. Whenever a facility has public benefit, and the funds that we're going to give aid the public and the community in general, it qualifies under CPA. And in this case, I would say that this very much qualifies in that regard. The First Parish Meeting House is one of the most noticeable historic icons in town. The facility is used by many groups. The activity hall next door is very popular. There's a day school there. There are activities on the lawn. Many events happen there, and I'm sure we've all been there at some point in time. And I, for one, would love to hear the bell ring again. So I hope you will support this. And again, remember the 2 things that I just told you about. Because the project would benefit the public good, it is allowable under CPA. And because we are allowed to give funds to a private entity, and in this town, that those funds are governed by a funding agreement, we have security in knowing that the funds will be well used.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 43, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee voted unanimously not to recommend approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
The Financial Planning Committee unanimously voted to not approve this Article 43.
Thank you. Any questions, statements on Article 43? Yes, please.
Norm Corbin, 35 Whitney Street. I live very close to this building. A couple points I wanted to make. This building is in the town's historic district, and because it's in the historic district, it requires the owners to maintain the historic architecture that can be viewed from the street, which the steeple is certainly that. The congregation has also put a preservation restriction on this property, partly due to the fact that they had the prior fundings from the town. So a preservation restriction is a much more restrictive document than the view from the street. So the community here is doing the right thing in terms of protecting the facility for the town. The second comment I'd like to make, which didn't come up on the slides, is I really like the approach that they're taking here. They are not requesting full funding for this steeple project with CPA funding. They're also looking at Massachusetts Historical Commission grants, which could be up to $100,000. I know they're in the process of requesting the grants. They're also running programs at the church, at the facility, to do their own fundraising. So it's a great example of not just coming in with a blank check. They recognize that they have to put in some of their own funds and some other some other funding sources. The third thing is, you drive by, you certainly see the iconic white church on the hill. Classic New England view. What's missing now is you don't hear the bell. And I know that it's just a bell, but it is an iconic feature of a New England town that has the white church, rings the bell, and I really would like to have that come back. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Hi, Jeff Knight, 6 Lancaster Drive, and I'm a member of the Appropriations Committee. As you just heard, we were unanimous in recommending that the town meeting not approve this article. My wife and I bought 8 years ago a house of historical significance. It's from the 18th century. It's a farmhouse that used to be sitting by itself at the bottom of what was called Ghost Hill. The Gamwells, the Holbrooks, the Corys, all these founding families of this town all lived in this house, had kids in this house. We certainly understand that when you purchase a house, whether you're an individual, family, a church, any organization, when you purchase a house of historical significance, you're a steward. You don't own it. You're responsible for upkeeping it and for respecting its past and maintaining it. My wife and I have gone through a lot of extra expense to the tune of at least $200,000 just in the last year, because it's very expensive to do that when something happens and you really have to use the right materials so that you're honoring its past, and it's not easy to get certain types of boards you have to only find in Vermont or New Hampshire at these little mills. So when you take it on, you do it. And this, make no mistake about it, this is deeded, it's owned privately by a church who is being enriched by the value of its building going up through your tax dollars. This is a private church, and while the public does sometimes get to use some of their facilities, they maintain very strict control over who can and who can't, and they have excluded several civic organizations from having meetings and activities in their buildings. You have another business there that is for-profit, a Montessori school. Again, it's a business. Frankly, I think they should be fixing the bell. They should be fixing the steeple, but they should be raising the money themselves. They are a congregation. If they can't do it, they should find another way. They can do financing. They can pass the plate, whatever they have to do. But it is not up to the people of this town to pay their tax dollars to hear a bell ring in a privately owned church and take what's already assessed value of $1.5 million and further increase its value on our dime. It's unfair to every other church in this town who has capital improvement projects. They have to fix their HVAC. They have to fix their roof. These churches, they go to their congregation. They ask for the money. They ask for, for special donations. They raise the money. This is the third time they're coming back. I remember I think it was 2017 when we did the handicap ramp thing, and I was a no then too. I think this is a travesty to use one more cent of taxpayer dollars to enrich this private church that owns this building and will one day get to sell this building at a massive profit, help paid for by everyone in the room and everyone in the town. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's why I voted no in committee, and that's why I'll vote no tonight. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Yes, Bob Light, 48 Emerson Road. I'm also chair of the Historic District Commission. I strongly favor this article. This is a significant building, more so than almost any other building, historic building in the town. It's the center of our history and our civic pride. I wanted to just emphasize that this is the site of the original Meeting House Common. It dates back to 1744. Before Northborough was a town, it was the northern district of Westborough. And it is now the center of the Meeting House Common Historic District. It's very significant to the town. It is an iconic building. The idea of having the repairs, the needed repairs, is critical. It's also critical that we have a church bell in the center of our civic community. So I strongly favor this, and I think this is important to the makeup and the civic pride of the town. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Brad Blanchett, 6 Rodney Terrace. First off, I was also part of the St. Mark's Episcopal Church bell tower restoration project, so I know a little bit about this, and it is an uphill climb for sure, especially in Massachusetts. Unfortunately, Massachusetts and New England's extremely old, and part of our history, our church, is whether you like it or not. Especially this church, I don't know how old it is, I'm not a part of it, but it's a landmark in this town, and unfortunately, we don't have a lot of those landmarks in this town. And CPA funding is earmarked for 4 things, right? Residential, recreation, affordable housing, and historic preservation. This falls under historic preservation. And so that's all I have to say about that. First question, so the $210,000, is that the total for the project, or did they raise money on their own and they're asking for us to kind of get to the total?
It's not the total. My understanding, the congregation has raised their own money, and they are also pursuing historic grants, as was mentioned earlier by another resident. So this is a portion of the project.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the things that we did is a capital campaign project, and we still had to go and ask the town of Southborough for $250,000, which we won by a vote. Thank God, no pun intended. And so that was an uphill climb. We did that. We did the capital campaign project. We did go reach out to the state and got $100,000 in grants, 2 different years. So you said these are things that they've already pursued. Or do they have any money earmarked for this project at this time?
Yes, they have committed their own revenue. The grants are ongoing, it's my understanding. Sometimes you have to wait for those to come through.
Yeah.
So that part I don't have the specifics on, but there's an excellent opportunity for grant money in this kind of project.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one of the things, that we did and made it easier for people to swallow was we came to town meeting with the exact amount of money that we had raised. We also had the estimate for the church and how much it was going to cost overall. And we went to them saying this was our last resort and this is what we need for help. Is that the scenario right now?
Yes, I believe at this time, the project's been postponed several years. The congregation has come up with as much as they can at this point, and they're asking for CPA to cover the balance. So simply put, it's not that the steeple's falling off. However, the timing is somewhat urgent.
Okay. Is there a preservation restriction currently on the church?
Not on the entire church. I believe Norm mentioned it a moment ago. I'm not familiar with the exact way the preservation restriction was written.
Norm Corbin. I was on the Historical Commission for 17 years. This church does have a preservation restriction on it, and it's handed, the responsibility is the Historic District Commission is responsible to monitor historical restriction, and it's quite comprehensive. We can get you a copy if you're curious to see what's on there. But yeah, and the reason they put the restriction on is because they're getting funding from the town.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you.
Hey, Norm, before you go away, to his question, does the restriction cover the entire property or certain aspects? You mentioned earlier, for instance, part of it covers the exterior, and that it maintain that exterior look.
Yeah, I have not read the restriction for a few years. It's a good question. My recollection is includes the entire property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, we had to go through that as well. And for those of you who don't know, basically it's saying the church can't just take the money, do whatever they want with it, sell the property off and to a developer and put up condos. It has to pretty much stay as it is.
Exactly.
So you don't have to worry about, and they're not for profit, you don't have to worry about them selling it off and making boatloads and bags of cash on this project. The other part that I wanted to mention about the restriction is, so now I've got all my questions answered. I am in favor of this project, and rest assured though, everybody, because I had to go through this myself, the state is on these guys like white on rice. I hope that's not inappropriate to say, sorry. But basically, they're on top of it. They're under a microscope, and basically they can't just take the money, buy Bibles, buy a new organ. The money that they're asking for today is going right into the steeple and the steeple only. That is it. That's all they can do. So I encourage you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Over in this aisle, please.
Okay, Stephanie Sullivan, 4 Assabet Drive, and I am rising here in favor of this project. As was mentioned earlier, First Parish was the original meeting house of the town. It has great historical significance. And in the 1940s, the original building had burned down and was rebuilt in an effort of people all over the town. It was so remarkable that there was an article in, some of us older people may remember, a publication called Look Magazine. And it made the cover of that, just because it was such a great coming together of a community after a tragedy. And that's the building that we have now, built in the 1940s. It has functioned as a social center for the town on and off during all those years. And in the spirit of revitalizing our downtown area and preserving the historical integrity of the town, I think these funds are well spent. The church organization has regular, open to the public events, first Friday night open mic, which has become very popular, as well as several recent concerts are examples. And there is a greater expansion of that, the idea of putting together more of an arts center under proposal for just waiting for an approval in about a month when we have our vote, which I would expect to go through. So in the spirit of supporting the overall effort to revitalize our downtown, to make it a more vibrant community center, I feel that this is a good part of supporting that effort. And I would hope that people would take that into consideration in their votes and vote for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Spencer Kennard, 14 Wilson Road. Greatly enjoying my 3rd night of town meeting. And what a treat it is to be able to participate in direct democracy. My question is, how much was the total price for the whole steeple restoration?
Total price for this project?
For the whole project.
I'll look the figure up for you if you give me some time. I don't have it at my head.
Okay, no problem. And this might be for Norm as well. Norm, you spoke first, correct? If you do not receive the grant money, does that mean that this money gets returned back to the original fund, or does it go somewhere else?
Monies that are not approved on any project at town meeting go back to the unreserved category of CPA, because it has not been designated for in this case, for historical, as we're asking.
Sorry, poor question. If they aren't able to receive the remainder of the funds to fund the entire project, what happens to the money? So if hypothetically, if it costs $500,000 to repair it, they don't get the grant money from the state, what happens to the $210,000 that we would give them?
I guess I can answer it by saying if a grant is voted at town meeting and the project cannot continue, by agreement, by the funding agreement I mentioned earlier, they are returned to the town. And then they go back into the general unreserved fund.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. The estimate that was part of the application, which I'm sorry I didn't memorize, is $276,000 total. So our request tonight would cover a large portion of it at $210,000. And as I said, it's my understanding the congregation has raised a portion of the rest, and that grant funding is expected. So that's the best answer I can give tonight. We certainly are helping the majority of the project.
Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, Chris Woodcock, 18 Increase Ward Drive. Mr. Moderator, through you, I'd like to address what I think was a false and misleading equivalency presented by the member of the Appropriations Committee. This is not a private home. It's nothing like a private home. It's in a historic district, and that's where the similarities end. The gentleman's private home isn't open to the public on Sunday mornings. It's not open to the public on first Friday nights for open microphone. It's not open to the public for the Solar Jazz Festival that happens every year. It's not open to the public for the cookouts that happen on Memorial Day. It is a very false equivalency, and perhaps the biggest false equivalency is this building cannot be sold and made a profit from this, whereas his house can be sold from this. It's a false equivalency, it's misleading, and I think it's intended to be misleading to this committee, and I hope you all dismiss it. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Howland at 20 School Street. I'm a member of the governing board of First Parish, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the community. There are maybe less than 50 of us, as most congregations are shrinking in numbers, and they're really quite aged, but we are a remarkably artistic community, though we be small. We have a Russian-trained pianist by which we get Beethoven and Chopin on Sundays, or we get to get funky, so no thanks to the organ. I'll take a string bass and a drum kit. The music is beautiful, which is why we share our buildings. So there is open mic. We just had a duo from Prince Edward Island come through and rock the building. We just also had a concert that was donated for the Steeple Project. So we're very few, but we have so many artistic offerings that we want to engage the community with. And there are fundamentally 8 of us, 6 of us here tonight, that are doing this work of creating at least monthly concerts. My husband and I are Berkeley professors, so we have access to some really cool artists. It was great that Mitch has been there and Laura. And really invite everybody in, because this is a historic center. You know, in 1749 to 1750, 60 children died from that parish. I mean, there were only a dozen families in town, so our history has been written there. And actually, there's a historical timeline around the interior of the building where you can see the way it's woven itself into our community life. It is a steward of our history. And with the bell, you know, golly, that damn thing could come down. It could come down. That's our fear. It's not just not ringing, but it's really what it takes to keep up a massive bell. And the bell in front of the church actually was the one that fell during the fire in 1947. It was cast by Paul Revere, We got a three-corner hat. You can take your picture with that. But, so it is a slice of this history. And we do try to do the best with it that we can. We are loving stewards. We do not own it. Chris was very eloquent with that. But we're very artistic, and we share that. We share that with the Sai Baba community that comes to worship there, and contra dancing. So it is alive and well. I imagine the bell rang when Kennedy died. I don't know if anybody was here. Or any other main events in town, certainly for the deaths of the people we love that have left us. Ruth Swanson, Dick Boutlier, would have been lovely. So it is a soundscape of an American town, not Amazon trucks and not single-stroke engines doing landscaping. A bell, please. So thank you.
Yes, please.
Jeff Knight, 6 Lancaster Drive. I just want to respond to the gentleman who completely mischaracterized what I said. I said nothing misleading and nothing incorrect. I was giving the history of my house just to show that I understand how significant and how important it is to preserve our history. I am very much in favor of it, which is why I go through a lot of personal cost to do that. If this was a museum owned by the town, and it was an ode to the meeting house, I would be more than happy to be not only voting yes for this, but speaking from the rooftops about how important it is to support it. It's not. And anyone who says that the Unitarian Church, who by the way is not the parish, the owner of this church is not the local parish, it is the Unitarian Church. I could look, just go on the Registry of Deeds, you can see it. Okay. I looked it up. Then who owns the church? Because I looked it up on the Registry of Deeds. Of course you don't. It is a Unitarian Church because I just looked it up today at the Registry of Deeds. Any owner of this property, which the only owner right now is Unitarian Church because it's in the deed, they can sell the church subject to any restrictions that are on the deed. So when they put historical conservation easements on the deed, if they have any other easements on the deed, it doesn't mean you can't sell it. It doesn't mean you can't make a profit from that sale, selling it to another, maybe a town who might want to take $2 million out of some other fund and buy it, like we did last night. So anyone can buy it, and the Unitarian Church who does own this would walk away with whatever enhancements the taxpayers have paid for. And we were, I think, misled tonight because I was hearing about how the church raised its own money and was getting grants. It made it sound like this 210 was a fraction of the cost, and now we find out that it's all but 66,000 of it. So again, what I said was not misleading and was not inaccurate. The church can sell it, and the church can walk away. I don't mean tomorrow or when the bell is done, but maybe in 10 years. It doesn't matter. These enhancements are being paid for by taxpayer dollars for one church. There are lots of historic buildings. And this is one church, it's privately owned. If the town owned it, it's a museum, it's different, that's a public building. And just because this is permissible using CPA funds does not mean it's right.
And our final statements, please.
Dave Sherman, 37th Thayer Street. Linda and I came to First Parish about 5 years ago, and a year later, I became overseer of operations. We all know how that goes. In the past 4 years, I've been up in that steeple dozens of times. I was up there during the storm 2 Christmases ago, the nor'easter, and I've been up there on clear days when the view of our town is just magnificent, our beautiful town. I've been up there with steeple contractors. I've been up there with engineers that prepared our structural analysis. I've been up there with the subcontractors from the cell phone people. And I don't believe that anybody would contest the fact that if we don't make these repairs and restoration very soon, the other option may soon be to remove the steeple and the bell, and that would make me very sad. The cost that you mentioned, John, is I think it's a moving target. We all know that when you come around to what's it's actually going to cost. I think that's a little conservative. I think that the 210 figure is going to be very, very, very significant in moving us forward, and we will move forward on this project no matter what. But again, I just want to hear the bell ring again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for Article 43, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $210,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the First Parish Northborough a Unitarian Universalist Church for the structural restoration of the steeple. Voting is open. Okay, we have 5 seconds left. And the voting is closed. Article 43 passes. Article 44, Community Preservation Fund, Aqueduct Historic Marker. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $4,729 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Historic District Commission for the purchase and installation of a historic marker for the Aqueduct Bridge.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
So I hope that many of you have noticed the other markers that we have in town. I think they're a real asset. They help enhance the historic assets that we have and help maintain the memory of them in our minds. You see them at the library. There's one at the old mill site on Whitney Street, et cetera. In full disclosure, and as it says in your warrant, this marker is to replace one that was stolen, originally installed in 2014 or 13, I believe. Now, if the person or persons who took it were to find it in their heart and conscience to return it in good condition, I'm sure I could go to the Historic Commission and ask that they put this money back into the reserve for another project. I'll just put that out there.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 44, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
And may I hear from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
Financial Planning took no action on this because it's below a $25,000 threshold for capital projects.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. Fran Baxter, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I'm sad that somebody stole it. Why wouldn't our insurance cover the cost of replacing it?
I'm sorry, Fran, I can't answer. I doubt it came under a specific insurance policy. That's all I can say.
Yes, please.
Vidal Hamayan, 15 Edmonds Way. So there's an assumption that this was stolen. Was there anyone that just checked to see if, like, one of the trucks that hit the bridge kind of knocked it into the water, and it might just be sitting there waiting for someone to look for it?
I'm not aware if that investigation was done.
All right. Well,
but we could ask the police department.
I'm sorry? Okay.
Use the mic.
All right, so my second question is this marker of any value? Like, was it stolen for, like, to be melted down or something? Or are we going to replace it with something that's just as valuable, or are we going to replace it with something that's not as valuable? I don't know. I just want to make sure it's not going to get stolen again.
I don't think it's made from a precious metal that could be melted down. It's made from a heavy metal and engraved, and it will be locked and secured in a better way this time. I can't imagine the value, except to be a conversation piece in someone's home or backyard. No idea. It may have been a prank, but it needs to be replaced.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Bob Light, 48 Emerson Road. Just to clarify, there was a police report filed. They did investigate. The post is still standing. The new sign will have a more secure, I think it's called Loctite. It's a more secure epoxy that will help prevent it from being stolen again. We've also had no other problems throughout the town for any other historic markers. So I don't know why they stole this one. I don't think there was any intrinsic value, as you said. It's probably just in someone's bedroom.
Yes. Our chief will give us all the answers.
Like the aqueduct sign, we're also looking for the individual responsible for breaking the police window with a brick. So I will just put our phone number out there. It's 508-393-1515. And we do anonymous tips as well. So if anyone knows any information about this, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions on Article 44? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $4,729 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Historic District Commission for the purchase and installation of a historic marker for the Aqueduct Bridge. The voting is open. And we have 5 more seconds. And the voting is closed. Article 44 passes. Article 45, Community Preservation Fund, White Cliffs Debt Service.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $164,641 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and $11,359 from the Community Preservation Premium Reserve for a total of $176,000 to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for fiscal year 2025 debt service and expenses associated with the acquisition of the property at 167 Main Street.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Okay, this is this year's obligation to pay the bond for the White Cliffs building that this body supported purchasing, town meeting 2016, I believe. The payments have continued to be very affordable with the CPA revenue we bring in. This represents less than 25% of this year's expected new revenue. I know that White Cliffs is on a lot of people's minds. Everyone has questions. There is progress being made by the Select Board considering the options going forward. I'm sure you'll be hearing more about it. The CPC does not have any more information to report at this time, but we need to pay the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 45, please?
The Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this article.
And from the Financial Planning Committee?
Mr. Moderator, by a majority, the Financial Planning Committee recommends approval for Article 45.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion, debate on Article 45? Yes, over here.
Thank you. Michael Horgan, 17 Reservoir Street. So this is something that we need to get out from under. This is, we bought this property without any clear vision, without any clear plan, and without the broad-based community will to do anything with this property. And it's just been, every town meeting, we come back and keep paying these payments to perpetuate something that's just rotting away. It's time for the board to really make hard decisions and sell this land and get out from under this property. And, you know, if you sell the land, perhaps attach some sort of restrictions on what type of architecture would have to be built, you know, whatever they would build in there would be built with to maybe look like a historical place. But nothing's happening with this, and it's just a piece of land in downtown Northborough that continues to consume our valuable resources. I just can't support this. I know you say we need to pay it, but we don't. The voters don't need to approve this, and we can start the process of backing out from this, you know, this sort of money pit. Thank
Could
you.
I address a couple of your comments?
Sure.
I think in the beginning you made 3 comments, the third of which, if I heard it right, there was no broad-based support to purchase it. So I don't have all the answers, but I do have the answer on that one. 2/3 of the town meeting voted to save White Cliffs from demolition. We can question the decision then, but it's what we did. The town agreed to pay for it through borrowing, and this is one of the bond payments. The second thing I wanted to comment is the last thing you said. If we don't approve paying for the money from CPA revenue, then we still have to pay the loan. So it's going to come out of some other town resource. CPA revenue is the resource that the voters said it should be paid from.
What I said in my third comment was there's no broad-based community will to do anything with this property, there's no support, there's no fundraisers, there's no sort of rallies to come up with, you know, creative ideas to do anything with this. It's only save White Cliffs. The town meeting approved it, that was in 2016, but now we're you know, 8 years beyond that, and nothing has happened to this point. If it was meant to be saved, you know, there would have been an effort before it was even sold. The private owner couldn't do anything with this property either, and they were going to sell it to get out from under something that was costing them a lot of money without a real clear, you know, option. I know the money needs to be paid, but it's time now, I believe, for the board to make those hard decisions, to come up with the money and make those hard decisions to do things that we need to do to deal with this problem.
Over here, please.
Hi, I'm Kristen Wickstead, 2 Stirrup Brook Lane. I'm also on the select board, as I said, Monday night, and I also was part of the Town Hall Feasibility Study Committee, which was the committee with the weirdest name, that took place over the course of the last, 6 months or so. And as the Peasley Feasibility Study Committee was, voted on one of the nights, it's all merging together. There was a group of, I think, 9 of us, and we went to several meetings, and we had an architect, and they studied, as Aaron Hutchins was saying a couple nights ago, we studied the 4 different buildings that could potentially be a new town hall for Northborough, because the town hall, as it is now, while it was considered, it would need to be hugely renovated. So we did actually end up, interestingly enough, choosing White Cliffs as the best option, as there was only one member who voted no on that, or voted to make it like his second choice, but everybody else's first choice was White Cliffs, because the way the architects explained it to us, of the 4 choices, and the other ones were the current fire station, 4 West Main Street, which is the old town hall, and then 63 Main Street, which is the current town hall, and then White Cliffs. It was financially, considering we have already committed, as John Campbell said, to doing something with White Cliffs, and as the member of the select board that realizes I'm trying to help figure out this puzzle of buildings in this town and what do we do with all of them, it really makes the most sense to build like a new town hall next to White Cliffs and connect it, and that way you don't have to do as many renovations to this antique building, which cost so much money. So considering all the other options for all the other town hall considerations, the buildings that were being considered, this was the most cost-effective and the kind of the most interesting option, and so that's another thing you would know. I'm not shaming people for not watching our meetings. We have lots of meetings and they're not all super interesting, but if you want to just try to connect with, and maybe we need to do a better job of trying to do summaries of what's happening in our meetings that are a little more interesting than digging on the website and reading minutes. But anyway, that was, so there certainly is a really cool plan in place for White Cliffs if we can make that happen. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, debate on Article 45? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $164,641 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues and $11,359 from the Community Preservation Premium Reserve for a total of $176,000 to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2025 debt service and expenses associated with the acquisition of the property at 167 Main Street. The voting is open. We have 5 more seconds. And the voting is closed. Article 45 passes. Article 46, Community Preservation Fund, Administrative Fund. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $41,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for expenses associated with the implementation of the Community Preservation Act, including but not limited to clerical assistance, office supplies, property surveys, appraisals, attorney's fees, and other professional services, recording fees, printing, and all other necessary and proper expenses for the fiscal year 2025.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you.
By law, the CPC may ask for up to 5% of each year's expected new revenues to cover the costs of expenses of running the committee and evaluating projects, an example of which was the 432 Whitney Street property that the town voted to preserve, and thank you very much for that, but we needed to pay for appraisal and legal fees and so on. So a good chunk of last year's operating expense budget was spent on that. And a reminder, if it's not spent for any of those purposes, then it goes back into the general reserve and is available for us the following year.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 46, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously voted to recommend approval of this article.
And from the Financial Planning Committee, please?
By a majority vote, the Financial Planning Committee recommends approving Article 46.
Thank you. Any questions, statements, debates on Article 46? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $41,000 from the Community Preservation Fund revenues to the Northborough Community Preservation Committee for expenditures associated with the implementation of the Community Preservation Act, including but not limited to clerical assistance, office supplies, property surveys, appraisals, attorney's fees, and other professional services, recording fees, printing, and all other necessary and proper expenses for the fiscal year 2025. The voting is open. We have 5 more seconds, please. And the voting is closed. Article 46 passes. Article 47.
Thank you all again.
Thanks, good job, thank you.
Article 47. Rescission of authorized unused debt for various capital projects. Select person Wickstead, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to rescind borrowing authorizations per the table displayed in Article 47 in the warrant book.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Our Finance Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Oh, here it is. All right, thank you for your patience. I appreciate having the opportunity to present this article. This article comes after we've heard more than a dozen capital articles tonight, and 2 of them involve borrowing. This table here represents requests to rescind former borrowing authorizations that have come before previous town meetings. These numbers here in the $5 million represented here represent numbers that are either projects that are not moving forward beyond where they were left, or projects that came in under budget. The $5 million represents money that the town has not borrowed. It's a number on paper, and as we appropriate money and approve further borrowing, those numbers increase, and this number will decrease that figure that we carry on our books.
Thank you. May I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 47, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Questions, comments, right here.
Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill. Just curious about the Edmund Hill water tank.
The moderator, my understanding is that that project was deemed to not be necessary due to the Assabet water tank being the primary water tank that the town uses for the water fund.
Any other questions on Article 47? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to rescind borrowing authorizations per the table displayed in Article 47 and in the warrant book. Voting is open. 5 seconds. And the voting is closed. Article 47 passes. Article 48, Amendment to Town Code, Chapter 2-28, Earth Removal, Section 2-28-060.
I move the town vote to amend Part 2 of the Northborough Town Code General Legislation, Chapter 2-28, Earth Removal, Section 2-28-060, by adding the underlined text, by deleting the text shown in strike-through, all as set forth in Article 48 in the warrant.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
All right. Hey, you did it. Look at that. Did it twice. I'm Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director, Northborough. This is Article 48. This article proposes to streamline the Earthwork Board permitting process for the applicants. It changes the permit duration from 1 year to 3 years. It would only require a public hearing for new and amended applications. So when it's a simple application renewal, there would be no public hearing, but there would be a public meeting for discussion and public comment. The public hearing notification timeline would also be shortened from 3 weeks to 2 weeks, which falls more in line with other land use boards. These changes will reduce the administrative burden on permittees and streamline the permitting process. The Earthwork Board did vote in favor of this. I don't know if there's any board members present. I don't see anybody raising hands, but they did vote unanimously in favor of these changes.
Thank you. Any questions or debate on Article 48? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Part 2 of the Northborough Town Code, General Legislation, Chapter 2-28, Earth Removal, Sections 2-28-060, by adding underlined text and by deleting text shown in the strike-through, all set forth in Article 48 of the warrant. Voting is open. Five seconds. And the voting is closed. Article 48 passes. Article 49, Multifamily Development Overlay District. Bill Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to combine Articles 49 and 50.
Second. And your rationale for combining them?
So Article 49 is the zoning map. You cannot have a zoning map without a description. Article 50 is the description. You cannot have a description without a zoning map.
Understood.
Mr. Moderator?
Well, we are voting on the motion to combine the two articles, 49 and 50. And that motion...
Mr. Moderator, I have
You're
a
up
comment regarding Article 50.
Yes?
My name is John Meter, Cedar Hill Road. My comment was regarding discussion of Article 50 and in a broader term, all the planning board article to be considered. In light of Article 63, which is looking to dissolve the Design Review Committee, I'm requesting that any discussions of the articles include highlighting where the Design Review Committee is involved, and also perhaps to help the discussion on 63, where the design review committee responsibilities are separate from another review authority. I think it will help the discussion on 63. Thank you.
And are we prepared to address that issue?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to where we were. The motion to combine Articles 49 and 50.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
With regards to Article 50, I would move that we pass that article tonight.
I understand what you're saying, but right now we're in the midst of having discussion and a vote on the combination of the two. And from that standpoint, I don't want to keep changing, okay? So we're currently looking at the motion to combine both 49 and 50. And the rationale behind having that combination was given. There's a question here? No, no question? Okay. Are there any questions on the motion to combine the two articles? Hearing that, then this is what we are voting on. A motion to combine both Articles 49 and 50. And are we prepared to do a vote on that? We are prepared to do the vote. Motion to combine Articles 49 and 50. The voting is open. We have 5 seconds more. And the voting is closed. It is a simple majority for this. I didn't see the 2/3 up there. I'm sorry. I didn't see the numbers. Could we go back to the... Thank you. So the motion to combine passes. So now we are back at discussing the combined articles as far as what's going on. May I get a recommendation from the planning board, please?
The planning board for Article 49 voted 3-4, 1 again, 3-4, 1 abstain, and 1 absent. For Article 50, the planning board voted for Article 50 and 1 absent.
Thank you. Thank you. And we had a motion to move forward and discuss these, but we didn't execute that motion. So I apologize to the body, and I overlooked that part. Is there a motion to go forward and discuss and execute the combined, activity of Articles 49 and 50?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to go forward with the combined Article 49 and Article 50 motions in the warrant.
Thank you.
Second.
And that has been seconded, okay? So now we can proceed.
Mr. Moderator?
No, there's a motion and seconded. We need to vote on that.
I thought we did.
It will be up in a second. We've already done that. Now we're at the debate stage, discussion and debate. Mr. Chase.
Mr. Moderator, I
thought you'd already given the
would
presentation.
move that we pass over Articles 49 and 50 to combination and reschedule a special meeting later in the summer, or take it up at the fall meeting when we can more thoroughly examine and evaluate the significant financial Status, implications of this to the taxpayer and to the town. Several of the communities identified in this act fighting back against the state. There's been at least 3 or 4 lawsuits that are ongoing now or being filed. And as far as the scare tactics used here of withholding grants, these grant monies are made up of tax collections as well as allocations from the state budget. They're playing with our money if they're going to withhold it.
I have a point of order, Mr.
And they
Moderator.
also...
Where's that coming from? Okay, right there. Wait a minute. I want to find out what the point of order is first.
Point of
okay?
order is the motion has been made and seconded. No presentation has yet been given. It is not proper for motions otherwise until the presentation is complete.
I agree completely, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
So what are we doing? As long as I made a motion, I don't have to say anything here, just take it up or what?
Someone else has made the motion that we're acting on now. There's a presentation on the motion that was the combination of Articles 49 and 50.
Yeah.
We need to allow the individual to make the presentation and before we start making, further changes.
Well, for heaven's sakes, why didn't you say so?
Now, that was not dropping the mic. Could you add that to his tax bill, please? You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. I realize this is a hot-button topic. I will try to do my best. My name is Bill Pierce. I'm a member of the Planning Board. I will do my best to sort of condense 9 months of Planning Board meetings into 10 minutes as best I can. So, as we all know, there's a little bit of, this is about the MBTA communities. That's what everyone calls it. It's actually Chapter 40A, Section 3A of the Massachusetts law. It was originally passed by the House in December of 2020, signed by Governor Baker in January of 2021. This bill included a multitude of housing provisions, but the one we're here to talk about today is what's called Section 18. Basically, it was designed to encourage housing in districts where the MBTA either is present or adjacent districts. This is basically going under the idea of supply and demand. If you create the supply, the costs will go down in housing. 177 municipalities fall under this new law. If you look at the map, I don't know, it's sort of visible. You have the blue sections, the blue communities. Those are communities that are serviced by the MBTA subway system. And those communities had to make this exact presentation and this exact vote a year ago. The MBTA falls, or the Northborough falls under what's called an adjacent community. So we are adjacent to a commuter rail. The reason, and that gives us what we need to talk about today. So, what is an adjacent community? An adjacent community, by this law, states that we must create a district, an overlay, if you will, a zoning overlay, of at least 50 acres of land. It can consist of multiple sub-districts. You must have one of at least 25 acres. Any other sub-district must contain at least 5 acres of contiguous land that's touching each other. You set up a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. I know that seems like a lot, but we'll go into that in a little bit. The units must be suitable for families with children, with no limits on unit size, number, size of bedrooms, or age of occupants. What I want to stipulate here is that it's suitable. It doesn't mean it's only for. So bringing down rents, increasing housing helps our aging population. It helps single-income families to be able to afford housing. And this is, again, in 177 different communities. Site plan approval may be required, but it cannot be used to deny a project. Now that's important because what that does is, and this is what Article 50 is all about, it gives the planning board the right to be able to say what goes on in these districts. And that does include the design review board. So what we've written for Article 50, and our great town planner here has done a lot of work on this. Judy Barrett from CMRPC, right? Yeah, planning group, did a lot of work for us at cost to look at all of the sites that we gave them and come up with the zoning map that you have in front of you. If you don't have a zoning map, there are some in the back still. But basically, the standards for development, townhouses, multifamily homes, mixed-use developments, business uses that are prohibited in the underlying district are not allowed in the overlay district. Most of the dimensional requirements, the lot sizes, frontage, all that stuff is staying with what is on the underlying district. We're not changing too much there. It does set some additional design standards for buildings, walkways, off-street parking, common open spaces. Large developments of 40 units or more must provide at least one outdoor amenity for residents. And 15% of all the dwelling units within the development containing a minimum of 10 dwellings must be permanently restricted for low income. That's 85% of the units will be at 85% less at market rate, or of the market rate. Now, why would we put that in there? I don't know if anyone noticed the original law, or the law we're talking about is 40A, states whenever you got a law of an A, you've got to have a B. And 40B is something that the town works very hard to stay away from. What 40B does is 40B, if we go under 10% of affordable housing in the town of Northborough, it allows somebody to come in and be able to build, bypassing most of our regulations. And when we were first going through this, one of the things, there were two items that came up. One of them was, why do we see different numbers when we look at our 40B, at our 10%? And what we found was there's less and less multifamily housing and affordable housing being built in Northborough. That's what you see in this graph here. And this is by the permits that are pulled by the building department. There are more single-family houses being built. As more single-family houses are being built, we get closer and closer to that 10% limit. And again, if we go under that, now you can have a housing come in that you don't want. So that's why we're asking for the 15%, so that we can start bumping up that number and get a little bit higher and a little bit further above that 10%. The other thing that came up right at the beginning when we started talking about this was the schools, right? What is this going to do to the schools if you add a bunch of housing into town? And we looked at the school numbers that were provided from the Department of Education. In the last 10 years, the student population has actually dropped by 10%. That is, we have the same number of schools, but the population within the schools has dropped by 10%. In the last 19 years, it's actually dropped by 13%. So this is something continuous that's been happening in Northborough. Now, the school department has come out and said that they believe that in the next 10 years it will grow back to those numbers again. I would love to say that we know that's the case, but unfortunately, I left my crystal ball at home, so I can't tell. But that's the information we have. So this is a map of the two districts that we're talking about. So one is the Southeast Connector Subdistrict. This contains, and you might have a better view looking at the handout maps rather than up on the screen. I don't think it's going to come out very well. But the first one is the Southwest Connector Subdistrict. This might be a little bit better to give you an idea. So this includes Avalon going all the way down. It's one contiguous district going all the way down to Econo Lodge. Thank you. Drew a blank there for a second. And that is our largest. That's the 25 that we have to do. The second one is downtown, and it consists of a few different parcels downtown, going all the way from Mattek on Hudson Street, following south along Hudson Street, and then cutting across half of Harvey and going all the way down to the town hall. So one of the things that I've seen a lot of is people saying that this is high-density housing. And I want to make sure that we're all using the same terms here. So when you talk about high-density housing, these are places that usually you see it in Boston, you'll see it in Worcester, there's one in Worcester, where you're talking 100 units, 200 units per acre. These are high-rises, 5 stories high, and they usually they have no parking, they usually rely on public transportation for the people to get around. These are maybe higher than what we're used to in town, but I would actually say that these are not the highest in town, and I have a few examples here. The Resident at the Falls, 200 Hudson Street. 40 units on 1.85 acres. It's a 2-story building, so you don't need 3 stories, you don't need 5 stories to get to this, and that's at 21 units per acre. 31 Blake Street, 12 units on a 1/4 acre lot. 3-story building, 52 units per acre. So this is a little bit more along the lines of the size that we're talking about here. So this is Center Drive. This is actually part of our downtown district that we're looking to add to this. And they are 1 or 2-story buildings, 17 units per acre. So again, we're not talking high density, we're not talking building skyscrapers in town, right? Yes, it might be higher than what people are used to, but it's also not the highest that we have. So a little bit more about the items, the district size. So it's a total of 61.1 acres, total of 10 parcels between the 2 districts. The state is looking at this. The spirit of this law is to create more housing. We all know we need more housing in town. Or not only in town, sorry, in the state. This advances some goals that we already have in town. Downtown revitalization, the master plan, right? We hear those all the time. One of the items that we have added is if a developer is willing to build mixed use, which is usually storefronts on the bottom and housing on the top, they can build 3 stories. Sorry, I got to look down at my notes here. I know I'm trying to get a lot of information across in 10 or 15 minutes. So one of the things I do want to bring up, and one of the reasons that we chose, so the Southwest District is a no-brainer, right? The West Road T-stop over on Otis Street in that area, right? Commuter rail, perfect. That's what we want it to be. But why did we choose downtown? I don't know if anyone's noticed throughout this town meeting, I'm sure you all have been here, if not all 3 days. I would challenge anyone to next spring town meeting, bring a case of water, right? And every time you hear the word grant, take a sip. You'll go through that case of water. Towns, municipalities, they rely on grants to get stuff done in town. But they don't just hand out grants. You have to actually show that you're willing to do the work. And I can give you a couple of examples. The dog park, right? We approved the dog park last year. The Stanton grant wouldn't even consider us until we had a location and we had a plan. Then we could go to them and apply for the grant. Complete Streets, our DPW director will tell you he probably spent 12 to 18 months putting together all this paperwork and then bringing it to our select board for approval so that we could then apply for Complete Street grants. They don't just hand out the money. You have to show a willingness to do the work. There are a lot of grants that we're looking to use to be able to do work here, especially for the downtown revitalization. And so, as a town, we have to be willing to show that we're willing to revitalize our downtown. So, I am going to address a couple things here. Number one, first and foremost, this is a zoning exercise. And I know what everyone says, if you zone it, they will come. What I would say to that is that last year, we approved a use in most of our districts to allow a microbrewery. How many of them have been built? Nobody builds anything without a plan. We have a plan already for downtown revitalization. We're ahead of the game before anyone else comes in. The other thing I would say is that this does not override the Wetlands Protection Act, does not override Title V or any of the other protections that the state has for environmental protection. So nobody can just come in, and build wherever they want, right? As I said before, the planning board has the ability to be able to approve the site plan. The design review committee has the ability to make sure that it's going to fit in town. So what are the consequences if Northborough doesn't approve this? I don't want to get into the scare tactics, but I am going to give some facts. Some of the big grants that we're already working towards, or the planner is already working towards, MassWorks infrastructure program to pay for the extension of the sewer main to Route 9. Conceptual value of that is $2 million. You heard about the grant. What basically happens, and what we've been told, is that any state grant, usually grants will run in one of three formats, either federal, state, or private. So any state grant, if this is not approved, by the end of this year, if it's not approved, any state grant, we will be at either a disadvantage or we will not be allowed to apply. Everyone knows about, I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. Everyone knows about Milton, right? Milton voted initially for an MBTA community zone, and then in a special meeting voted against it. Now, they're one of the blue communities, so they were supposed to already have their plan. So what did the Attorney General do? Right away, they pulled 2 grants, including a seawall repair grant that had already been approved for Milton. And the only other, so the taxpayers now are going to be on the hook for that. The legal fees for fighting this. I want you to really think about where those legal fees are coming from. That's taxpayer dollars. So, in conclusion, I just want to say one last thing. So Ed Augustus, who is the Secretary Executive of Office and Housing and Livable Communities, they're basically the group that's in charge of this. In his letter to Milton, he wrote, "If we do not come together to build more housing, we will not be able to overcome our affordability crisis. We need every community to do their part." Thank you.
Thank you. We now have questions, concerns, discussion about Articles 49 and 50. Over here, please.
Kelly Gannett, 69 Northgate Road. I am also the chair of the Northborough School Committee, and tonight I'm going to speak on behalf of them. I'm just a little concerned with the misrepresentation of our schools and the capacity to be able to accommodate 10% increase. You quoted the NESDEC. We do follow very closely in line with them. So if their prediction says we're going to get a 10% natural increase, we're most likely going to get a 10% natural increase. Right now, all of our building capacities, our classrooms, are at maxed out or pretty close to it, if not maxed out, which that means any influx of more students requires us to lose classrooms that house art rooms, music rooms, libraries. They have to be repurposed and repositioned. We approved last night the feasibility study for Peasley School. That's part of it. With housing and things like that, we will look into it and be able to figure out how we can accommodate it. I am not opposed to increasing housing. I think we need more housing. I just think that this might not be the time or the place and to do it for and say that the schools aren't going to be affected. So just vote on it because it's not going to be affected. The schools, if this was to go and build anything, it would be very impactful on the schools.
Over here, please.
Susie Sislicka, 8 Emerson Road. Just a disclosure, I'm also on the zoning board. I am not speaking on behalf of the zoning board. However, can I hold it? Or can
Don't
can
drop
you
it.
fix it.
Please
or-
don't drop it.
Can you adjust it for me? I don't. Thank you. Thank you. Aaron, right?
Aaron Hutchins, interim town employee.
Thank you. Short. I'm very short. I was one of the moms who got free kindergarten pass, so I'm going to speak as an expert on the schools right now. As Kelly said, she was also a free kindergarten mom. That's how we got her on school committee many years ago. Our schools cannot handle the influx of schools or more kids. My daughter's classroom was moved this year because there were too many kids needed in the Castle program. The Castle, so the services that our schools provide are just changing so much right now that midway through the school year, she had to change classrooms to accommodate the services that our schools provide. And with the influx of the new students, we have neighborhood schools, right? We love our neighborhood schools right now. So if we get a child in the Proctor school in first grade and our first grade is capped, then they're gonna be shipped off to Peaslee. Sounds easy, right? No, this is a busing situation. Right now, you hear there's a shortage of bus drivers, gas prices are going up, everyone talks about it on the news every day. There's buses, if you look, there's buses going everywhere. I have a text chain, if anyone wants to find me after the meeting and see my text chain of this bus is late, this bus is late, this bus is late, this bus is late. That is why. Because there are children being bused all over Northborough because of our low classroom sizes. Low classroom sizes, though, are the way to go because our students are getting a better education. Now I'm going to go back to my list based on the presentation because I do not support passing this at this time right now. It is not, I don't think it's okay to say no to this right now. The grants that we went over, I do think it's a scare tactic for right now because these grants are for beautification for the downtown right now, the things that we're going to lose out on right now. If you watch any of our meetings or where we discuss this, I talk about this all the time. They're for infrastructure, for parks and benches and trees. These are not grants that are going to support our schools, that are going to give us the police vehicles, that are going to give us the fire trucks that we need, that are going to give us the DPW snow removal, the paving, the infrastructure that we need and that we're spending the money on right now. They are not the things that are going to, they're like unfunded mandates. All these towns that we have seen that have said definitely no, we're just saying, no, we're going to put it off until the fall, right? We're not saying a hard no. We're saying, let's put it off until the fall. We're not saying the hard no because we're watching the other towns, okay? They're unfunded mandates. We have also reached our 10% of affordable housing, right? The neighborhood schools, hold on, class size limits, I've been taking notes. We have the increased services, we're losing space. Peaslee, even though Peaslee, we've approved the study, thank you so much for that vote, everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you. We approved that. Their library is in a small classroom, okay? I meant to stand up last night, I don't even have a child in Peaslee. That building is falling apart, it's terrible.
You're at 5 minutes.
Okay, what's my limit?
5 minutes.
Okay, I only have 2 more points, maybe 3. The storefronts on the bottom don't work. Just drive down Main Street. We have new buildings. Storefronts on the bottom don't work. They're empty. You can have a height downtown of 35 feet and 45 feet if parking under downtown, not 1 to 2 stories. We can't put a limit on bedrooms. And the $2 million grant for the sewer street that we're talking about is for Lawrence Street and Otis Street. It's not downtown. Thank you, everyone. I mean, you might see me again tonight. I'm pretty sure you will. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laurie Connors. I'm the planning director, and I just wanted to clarify that the $2 million grant, and I'm not sure what the cost would be, but that is to extend sewer to Route 9. So right now we have a number of properties, including the Motel 6, there's a restaurant, there's the building associated with the O'Connell Lodge. Those are all shut down because of failing septic systems. So one of the major projects that I've been working on with the DPW is to extend the sewer to Route 9. So that project is currently in design. We would be interested in applying for a MassWorks grant to pay for the construction. MassWorks does pay 100% of construction costs, although always recommended to have some local match. If this is not passed by December 31st, we will be ineligible to apply for any MassWorks grants.
Thank you. Over here in this aisle.
Adi Pandit for Asabet Hill Circle. I stand here in support of these two articles, 49 and 50. I would like to thank the Planning Board for making an excellent and informative presentation. And the reason I support this article is because I was able to afford to live in this beautiful town because I was able to afford to buy a duplex in 2007. The other reason was there was like this subprime mortgage crisis, and our families shouldn't have to wait for a real estate crisis to afford a house. So somebody in 1983 or 84 approved the construction of my duplex unit. So I thank the residents at that time who voted yes on that. And I would encourage you to vote yes on this so that somebody in 2054 will thank you for welcoming new families in this town. Thank you very much.
Over here, please.
Hi, my name's Nadine Proctor. I'm 13 River Street. And Mr. Moderator, I'd like to tell you some of my thoughts about Article 49, specifically the multifamily development overlay district. I cannot support it at this time, basically because of the downtown subject district overlay. It's slated for 75 units, built on the Hudson Street side, that's my understanding, with a height of 35 feet. Which my calculation is 3.5 stories high. Some of the pictures that were shown did show density, but it didn't show the height. So now we're talking massive size, what I consider massive size, and what I consider high density, 75 units for this area in the Harvey site. I don't have a problem with the Southwest Connector subdistrict because it's in an area where it's developed and there's I'm going to call it more high-rise type of apartments there. I understand you had 47.9 acres in the Southwest Connector area, and you needed to have 50, so you had to find another parcel. It had to be a minimum of 5 acres, and so the downtown parcel was chosen. But it was also chosen, I was told, for another reason, not just for the housing, but to help revitalize the downtown area. And one of the reason why was that there's this proven community revitalization model that's has been successful. So basically, these people, this what I'm calling high density amount of people coming in, will walk down the street and support these businesses. By being there on the street, the town looks more vibrant. I don't support it because the infrastructure is not there for downtown revitalization yet. Also, the impact on the immediate neighborhood. This neighborhood is a residential neighborhood with primarily, I mean, I'm not saying all, primarily single-family houses. And now you're going to put this wall of housing up there. Also, the map changed from when I was first investigating this, and I was told that the mixed use part of this would be retail on the bottom and then housing on top, and that could be that would be 40-foot tall buildings. And again, we're talking about a wall. So now with this new map, it looks like it's only zoned for the far end by Hudson Street of 5 acres. So don't answer this question yet, but is the mixed use housing still happening, and is it just happening deeper into the property? That's one of my questions. I think that there are other options for this second 5 acres that is closer to where the development is, where they can have easy access to highways or main thoroughways, is right by the Southwest District, which would be the Kimball Gravel or even the baseball field. I think you could come up with a 5-acre parcel there. You're not only bringing in, or you're proposing to change the zoning so that these large buildings, what I call again high-density housing, into the town, the center of town, which really changes its landscape, it changes its feel. We're a town that's sort of spread out, and I don't think anything's bad with that. I think that's something that I cherish, and maybe other people do too, is why they came here. And to all of a sudden start building it up, we might as well put in a McDonald's, right in the center of town. It's being changed. There's beautiful historic buildings, historic houses, and then you're going to put these walls of housing out there. I am 100% for housing. I am 100% for affordable housing. I just don't think that spot is a good spot. Also, the traffic going through the center of town, 20,000 cars a day. If you've got your 75 units, you figure at least 1 car per unit, maybe more. Okay, so you're adding that in there. And then what is it doing to town services? What is the pull on to that? We just heard a little bit about the schools. What about fire? What about police? What about DPW and so forth and so on? You do have until the end of the year. You have 8 months to get this approved over time. And I just think this is not an appropriate place. What am I trying to say? Hang on a second. They're going to ring the bell on me, I know. And also, the quality of life of the neighbors. I'm going to look up, so right now I'm looking at Harvey Dumpster. And if I had a choice between this high-density housing, these walls, these big buildings, I'm choosing the dumpsters. Do I like the dumpsters? No, I don't like the dumpsters. But my question is, where was the town then? I will stick with the dumpsters.
You're at 5 minutes.
Okay, so I have another question. With this new map, is the mixed-use residential still happening? And if it is, where is it slotted to go? Because you've got your 40-foot high. And what about the zoning of the rest of the property?
So, again, this is zoning. We're not doing any building. Nobody has come up to the planning board with any building plans. If Harvey, I think you mentioned Harvey, the Harvey site specifically, Harvey would have to decide that they wanted to eliminate their building and build there. When we approached, as part of the downtown revitalization, we actually approached Harvey and we said, would you be willing to work with us? What Harvey said is, we don't want to move out of Northborough. If you want to move us, you can move us, but we're not going to move. So that tells me that, and this is just my personal opinion, that tells me that they're not looking to sell that property. And that's what would have to happen before any buildings went up, is they would have to sell that property. MadTech, who's next to them, would have to sell their property or come to the town with a plan to build housing on those properties. Again, it's not like those are derelict buildings. Those are buildings that are being used by businesses in town. So I can't answer your question because there is no plan in front of us for a building.
Okay.
This is just zoning.
So I just want to make one more comment. When you zone something, it's zoned, it says you can do this. If you open that path, they will come, okay? Harvey says they don't want to sell now, but with the right price, they can sell. The land, the area that they're using is too small for them there. It's too small for them as it stands now. So I don't know what exactly it means, like exercise and zoning, but this is real. If this is voted in, that's what people can do. So maybe it's an exercise, can it pass? But if it's voted in, it's the law, so to speak, and this can happen there. So I vote against it.
Over here, please.
Hi, my name is Andy Clark. I'm at 493 Main Street. So I do live on Route 20, and I understand all the traffic obligations and things. And I just want people to remember that there are no specific plans. This is just a zoning that's going to establish the right, yes, of course, they will have the right to do that. But each individual project comes up before the planning board for review. So it's not like I know they're talking about what's going to happen to the schools. We're not dumping busloads of people onto the streets of Northborough where they got to put them in school today. It's going to take years and years and years to develop these things, and they have to go through the planning board. And we're not talking, and especially in the downtown area, what was it, 75 units total in the?
So I think that was one property that she was talking about.
Yeah, so, you know, if you one-bedroom condos, you're talking about 150 people or something, you know, we're not talking about huge numbers. I think there's a lot of anxiety about instant impact on what the house, on our town and our town services, but this is something that has to go through a long, complicated design review and planning board approval, and the other side of that coin is if you don't do it and you get a 40B, you slide into the 40B, that's when you do get those rapid projects. My company works with 40Bs. That's what I do a lot. I do the signs and stuff in apartment communities and 40Bs. And there's friendly 40Bs, but they're never friendly. They are, they get pushed through and they can bypass your laws. So if you're worried about having a say in the development of your town, then you would not vote for this thing. I mean, you would vote for this thing and you would be forced with a 40B. So I recommend that we do vote for these proposals. I also recommend that we do not pass over this. You're discounting months of hard work and committees and time that maybe we haven't been a party to, but many people in the town have been doing it and having open meetings, and this has been discussed. So there's a lot of work that's gone into this time, and special town meetings, costs, and everything. So I strongly recommend that we vote yes on this proposal, and I strongly recommend that we do not pass over this article tonight, that we get it done today. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Brian Donovan. I live at 11 St. James Drive. My property bounds St. James Drive and River Street. And right now, if you look at the two streets, we have less than 40 dwellings on the two streets, 15 to 20 children. You know, the two streets take up quite a few acres. If you look at what your proposal is, you can put 8 single-family homes on an acre, or you could put 15 multifamily dwellings on an acre. Now, 15 multifamily dwellings is 3 units per dwelling. I don't know where you're getting 75, and that's lovely to hear, but if you put 200 or more people in Harvey, et cetera, area, you've increased the density significantly, let alone what you're going to do for the services, the school, which we already talked about. You know, you've got Summer Street across the street that's a bottleneck now on Route 20. What are you going to do? River Street's already busy. It's a very narrow street. You let 18-wheel trucks on it. What are we going to do? Are we going to keep putting more and more people into this area? And you know as well as I do that someone's coming with children. You'd say this is just a zoning bylaw change. Northborough is a very desirable area. The school system's great. We're near 495, 290, Mass Pike. Someone's going to want to come in and develop. You change the zoning, and that's what's going to happen. I don't recommend doing this downtown area at all. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Thank you. Fran Baxter, 76 Cedar Hill Road. Bill, first I have to say I think you did a very good job of presenting something that is controversial in a very positive light. I am in full support of this and voting on it this evening. I actually did take the time to listen to over 20 hours of planning board meetings as they discussed this, I want to say ad nauseum. Can you, two things that I want to say. Besides, I would ask that you explain to the people here that the areas that were chosen, most of them are already developed housing. So we're meeting the letter of the law, but not necessarily the spirit, because we really are not offering many open opportunities for development. So just to show how few actual housing may happen should somebody want to develop. The other thing, cautioning about waiting till the fall. There was an article in the Boston Globe either today or yesterday where Marshfield has just turned it down with the hopes that Milton is going to be successful in their lawsuit, and that decision by the state will happen in time for them to have a fall meeting if it doesn't, right? So we would be up against, we might not know whether Milton is successful by October when we're already having a special town meeting. We would have to have a different town meeting if we want to try to figure out, oh no, Milton wasn't successful, we do have to do this now. The other thing I want to say, on March 27th, our select board had an executive session where they had to discuss 10 lawsuits or legal litigations that we are currently involved in, some through, not necessarily through our own fault or anybody's individual doing, but we're already spending an awful lot of money on litigation. We don't need to take a chance that we're going to have to take on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts over this, yes, unfunded mandate, right? But it still is something that we would be potentially putting ourselves in a bad place. So I would recommend that we move forward. But I would like to, through the moderator, if you could just explain a little bit more about how much actual housing will come out of this potentially. I mean, how many acres are actually developable, and why you went with 60 versus 50 because of the need to make sure you have a buffer. Thank you.
So to Fran's point, one of the reasons that we didn't want to stay right at the limit of 50, we did a lot of back and forth with some outside vendors who helped us determine, because the way the law is written is it has to be developable land, right? So we can't just say, plop this circle right here and you're done, right? We have to actually go to the site. These people actually had to go to the site and determine how much of that land, what percentage can be built on. So when we initially did our plans, we added, if you will, a fudge factor, right? In case they came back and they said, well, this isn't developable because of the wetlands, or this isn't developable because of some rise in the land or some soil issues. So that's where we came up with the 60. The other thing I'd like to say is that, yes, everyone's talking about the potential building of this. Like I showed in the earlier slide, Center Street is part of this, right? Center Street is already 17 units per acre. I don't see them selling their lot to then go ahead and build 15. I don't see Avalon, working out their leases till the end of the year and then not leasing the place for years while they rebuild so that they can do 15 units per acre. It's not feasible. And again, one of the reasons that we chose it is we heard everybody. We heard what everyone was saying about this. So we intentionally chose plots that wouldn't be developed, that we know wouldn't be developed, with the intention of later on, maybe we expand the overlay, right? If we're seeing that things aren't being built after a couple of years or 5 years. Nobody's coming up and buying out Harvey to develop the land. But we need to start somewhere. And that's why we chose these two locations.
Over here, please. Yes. Okay. I thought it was you.
Mike Powell, 360 Whitney Street. I think she was there first, but I don't think it'll matter. So I'm undecided on this. It's part of the reason I'm here tonight. I wanted to hear the comments here as opposed to just on social media. I resent the unfunded mandate of the state telling us what to do, but I'm trying to look past that. To me, the decision here is, do we put traffic on Route 20 or do we put traffic on Route 9? And does the Route 20 traffic, is it consistent with the downtown plan? Certainly there's a lot of interest in downtown revitalization. And is that worth it? Is that worth the trade-off? Or do we put it on Route 9 where, let's be realistic, a lot of it goes to Shrewsbury and Westborough and it really never goes through Northborough? So that's kind of what I'm interested in. And related to that, I know there was a consideration to include what I'll call the baseball fields on Route 9 as part of this, and there were decisions made not to. If we go forward with this, what is that zoned at, and how many units could be built on that property outside of this zoning district? Could someone just come in and say, we're going to build an apartment complex there? And I know we're not under 40B. I used to live in Shrewsbury, and believe me, every 3 months someone came to the planning board wanting to build 500 apartments, and it shows. But what could happen to those baseball fields under their current zoning?
Yeah. So I'm going to let Lori come up, but I just want to make one comment. People are talking about an unfunded mandate. One of the things that the state is doing is they're offering grants for communities that say yes. So there are specific grants that are available if the community says yes. So they're not only bringing a stick, they're bringing a carrot, if you will.
Once again, my name is Laurie Connors. So as to your question on the New England baseball fields, yes, that was under consideration. The property owner did submit a development proposal for planning board consideration. That proposal showed 315 dwelling units. The planning board was concerned about the density. I believe they were concerned about the town meeting's willingness to pass this bylaw if that number of units were proposed. So they opted not to go forward with the baseball at this time. So later on this evening, there is going to be an article before you to rezone this area of town. It is currently zoned for industrial district, and I believe it's Article 52 is proposing to rezone this whole area, including the gravel pit and the New England baseball and Avalon, to a new district which would be called Highway Business Southwest. So the New England baseball folks did submit a plan which froze their zoning for a period of 3 years. So they would be able to develop for industrial purposes even if that zoning change is passed. But that's the story with the New England baseball. One thing that I did want to talk about, because there has been discussion about Chapter 40B, right now our percentage is 10.2%. About 10 years ago, the percentage was 11%. Avalon was built as a Chapter 40B development. So what that meant is even though the land was zoned industry, they were able to come in, pretty much the zoning bylaws goes in the trash, and the town at that time was under 10% affordable housing. So they were able to build 382 units on 42 acres of industrial land. If the town does not create affordable housing that's in pace with the number of market rate housing units, whether they're single family or multifamily, it doesn't matter, then the percentage continues to go down. So you can see from the table that was in the presentation earlier, the town is continuously building market rate housing, but the affordable housing is just kind of coming in drips and drabs. It might be 1 unit 1 year, it might be 2 units another year, it may be no units at all for a certain number of years. So this is the risk, and when you're talking about the Harvey property, should the town not keep pace with Chapter 40B, then a Chapter 40B developer could come in and build at a much higher density than 15 units per acre. Because once again, the zoning goes in the trash, and they can build at whatever density they'd like.
Over here, please.
Lois Vandecouple Smith. I live at 97 Main Street, so I'm a close neighbor of where the downtown district, overlay district would be. And I've been in touch with people in our neighborhoods, you know, along River Street, along Main Street, et cetera, Hudson Street. And our goal is to try to come up with something that we would feel comfortable with tonight. Right now, the proposal that's up there, we're not comfortable with. And we're considering doing a compromise to where, okay, let's talk about what we are comfortable with. There's the town hall, that's 1.9 acres. And so if the town hall leaves that building and goes someplace else, there would be approximately 30 units that would be able to be in there, and we think that's great. You know, convert the building into 30 units, big deal. And Heritage Village is already built out, 33 units on 1.9 acres. That's beautiful. It meets the requirement. It's 17 units per acre. But now when we get to the Harvey lot, well, it's kind of debatable as to how much of it is actually developable, but we feel that having 75 units in there is too dense. We also don't like the height. You know, page 35 says that it can be 35 feet tall with a multifamily dwelling, or it can be 45 feet with a vertical mixed-use development. We don't want to try to do something that would end up making any changes to the write-up. What we want to do is to make a proposal to change the map, because the proposal just says, see map. So what we'd like to do is to make a proposal to change the map, so instead of 5 acres of Harvey, make it 3 acres of Harvey. So our total units, total acreage for both properties together, both districts together would be 59.1 acres. And this one would be more than 5 developable acres then. So I'd like to make a motion to vote to amend the map to, instead of 5 acres for Harvey, make it 3 acres. So now that, you know, the downtown sub-district is 9.9 acres instead of 11.9 acres, and the total is 59.1 acres instead of, and that way, you know, with that being 3 acres instead of 5 acres, now instead of 75 units on Harvey, you're talking about 45 units. People are still a little uncomfortable with that, but like I said, we're trying to do some sort of a compromise so that it could be something that could be approved tonight. You know, I think that the information that I've gotten from our neighbors is if that 5 acres was changed to 3 acres, and you can just draw a line from and it can still be contiguous, you just draw a line from the corner of where Harvey and Maytech come together, and then draw that to like halfway across the line of the Heritage properties. You're not intersecting the building or anything. It's just right along the edge of the building. You could easily have that 3 acres instead of 5 acres and still meet all the requirements. No changes to any of these words. No changes to any of these words. Just a change in the map by removing 2 of the acres out of the overlay district.
I'll second it.
Motion to amend has been made and seconded.
So can I come up and somebody help me write it?
Yes, you may come up.
I have revised maps that would show where the lines would go. So the line would go right along the building there. So just. Okay. So this is Harvey. So instead of the line being here, making the line from the corner of Maytech down to halfway for Heritage, so it's still contiguous. It still touches Heritage, goes here, still touches me, so it's all considered. I took a shot at writing what the thing would be when we combined the articles.
Yeah, but it would still, you know,
This is the same
maintain what this is, yeah.
Yeah, and so then I did that.
Okay.
And it's just exactly the same thing, so, you know, so it's amending the map, so for voting in the article, if you amend it, then if it's a map,
If this is, now, how have you worded the amended motion?
is just, I worked it to say, move that the town vote to amend the proposed zoning map to an overlay map.
You designate that's Article 49.
We're just doing the map because the way it says here, Article 49. Article 49 says certain. So if this is that becomes the map. And so then, okay, and then the same thing over here, it says, in Article 50, there's just a place where it says, according to the map.
According to the map.
Okay, let's run it past the town council.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be in the case of misleading people. I'm going to pay for my renovation. I'm just going to say, again, yeah, wait a second. It's just saying, it's almost saying I'm lying. I'm not lying. Yes, it can be tomorrow. And I did basically surprised at this guy Unitarian Church.
What's the downside of this
October somewhere like in Chicago?
The only real downside is if we don't get enough people.
Yeah,
Which we will, because we'll have
We don't know.
the fire station.
Yeah, but with all the town people, you know, if we can't get it now, who's to say that we're gonna make a change?
I'm like, this one, I want to see this. I want to see it. And, well, you know, again, it's a principle thing, but I get it. People have a lot of nostalgia. Like, I
Yeah,
thought it was amazing.
I mean, there's really no more data. The other community that didn't pass on Monday, that was a special meeting. They're regular in the surgery. They were just want to get us around to the hospital. Right, so.
That's not what happened. So,
They said, yeah, I inspired.
I used the machine for 10 years. I like the commercial. I'm sick of the hose. I'm sick of the gas. Every time we travel, I gotta bring it with me. That's a pain. So what do they put in? It's like a pacemaker. Oh.
By 2 acres.
Oh, okay. And that's what I was going to get up and say.
The question is, so we don't know what exactly 2 acres is.
Right.
So where do you put the line?
Right.
So we have to get stats.
Right. But I bet with town council, like board of GIS maps.
Right.
They can
He
take
doesn't
it out.
have that now.
Right.
Right. And that's what the amendment on the floor.
You know, I didn't think about that. You know, I'm thinking about a lot of things. I would like to, once we get through this motion, we're going to get back to the question. It's a great point. We're asking for something. We're asking to be considered. I just think it's interesting that you have this background, it's overwhelming. It's just all emotion. It's all 1.7 million is completely raw emotion. Somehow the doctor said activated
Now that we've given them money and now start profiting from that, that we can structure that they always run that in.
We're concerned with just like one, two scouts, one project. Hopefully I'll be able to still move. About the 10. Got the Celtics.
One 168, 174. Actually, 178 by the fourth round. It was 364 first night, and 327 was the last vote. Which was
we haven't had a quick night.
This is only 10 articles, not 9 articles. If we sign off on this one, that's up for 9. But it was 364. We only got 9, almost 9 back.
need a question answered? If you can't say. You can say it at the microphone.
I'm going to do it.
Okay, everybody, I think we have a solution here. Could everyone please be seated? I apologize for taking your time, but I want to make sure that we do this the right way the first time. And after much discussion, there was a motion to make an amendment to the area that's covered in Article 49. And I will let the motioner of the amendment describe what they're talking about.
Okay, I'll repeat. My name is Lois Vandekoppel-Smith at 97 Main Street. And I move the town to vote to amend the proposed zoning map and overlay map for the downtown MDOD district, Article 49 and 50, to change the acreage of the Harvey property included from 5 acres to 3 acres.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Do you care to give a little bit of explanation as to what your thought process is?
Okay, yeah, the thought process is that then instead of, I mean, there's already a potential for having 30 units in the town hall, which is great. But now instead of 75 units in the Harvey property, the 3 acres would limit it to 45 units, meeting the requirements for 15 units per acre. And then doing this, even though the regulation still would say 35 feet high for a multifamily and 45 feet high for a multi-use. This is a compromise in order to try to get something that might be acceptable to vote on tonight, as opposed to waiting until fall and, you know, possibly not getting things through then. So.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns about the proposed amendment? Yes, it's hard to see. I didn't see you behind that mic.
Susie Famelo, Sislika, 8 Emerson Road. ZBA member, not speaking on behalf of the ZBA. I still think that we just don't have enough data yet. We just threw this map together. I think we should still punt it till the fall. We have a fall meeting already on the calendar. I think we should wait. We do have a lot of, we don't even, I mean, I think we had 400 people here the first 2 nights, and I really think that if we had the change in the map out there and we had more education on this, because I do like Lois's idea, and I think if we had this information out there, we might have more voters here. I don't think it's fair to the town that we did the change in 10 minutes and we don't have the rest of the town knowing about it. So I think that we should wait until the fall. And I don't think I can make a motion on a motion.
No. We're going to go through this one first.
When I can, I will. So.
Yeah, so if my amendment to, well, to say amend the map, if that doesn't go through, then we would vote on having the original map. And then you can either say yes or no, but, so you could even say yes or no after the map is amended. So you could vote to amend the map and then still vote it down, but, you know, the point here is that we're trying to get to a proposal that people may accept tonight.
Over here, please.
Norm Corbin, 35 Whitney Street. I like the creativity here of taking away 2 acres and making the neighbors much happier. I think it's a simple solution, and I'm all for this option. Thank you, Lois.
Over here, please.
Jason Perot, 27 Treetop Circle. I'm just wondering, in light of this change, whether the planning board has any recommendation whether to accept the amendment or not, and what justification either way. Thank you.
The planning board hasn't voted on this, and I don't think we can at this point. So we'll just be voting as residents.
Yes, over here, please.
Okay, so we're going down to the 3 acres. Is the mixed use still in there? That's one question. And the second question, which would, just in general, if the developer goes in and develops parking so it's underneath the building, I think I read on the Massachusetts website or whatever, that underground or parking at the surface of the ground, and then you start counting the 35 feet. Like, for instance, do you understand what I'm trying to say? I don't even know how to say it.
So Laurie Connors. So the way it works is we wanted to encourage mixed use. So we did a height bonus for projects that included mixed use. So the way it works is the underlying zoning, so the way it currently is zoned, the maximum height you can build is 35 feet. So we kept that constant. So if you're just doing a multifamily structure, whether it's, a duplex or, a garden-style apartment, you can't go any taller than 35 feet. The exception is because, of course, some of these lots are challenged environmentally because of the proximity to the river. So as an incentive to do the parking under the building, so therefore limit the disturbance on that parcel, there was a height bonus that said that you can go up to 45 feet. So that is the same height restriction that currently exists in the downtown business district, which if you look at the map that you have, the downtown business district is the light blue area. So right adjacent to this district, the maximum height is 45 feet, regardless of what the buildings are. So then there was also that height bonus for mixed use. So if you do, retail on the first floor, and then the apartments above, you can go as high as 45 feet, consistent with the downtown district.
Okay, but that's now pushed back to those 3 acres. So that 45 can still happen on the 3 acres?
Yes, so the district, so the entirety of the downtown district says that if you do mixed use, you can go up as high as 45 feet. And like I said, that is the identical height restriction that currently exists in the adjacent district, the downtown business district.
That's
Okay,
depressing.
if I add something, the Harvey building that's there currently, I couldn't really tell how tall it was. I tried looking on the GIS survey maps and stuff like that. All I could find was that the interior floors are 13 feet each, and there's 2 floors, so it's 26 interior feet, and so I think the building already that's there is approximately 30 feet. I just wanted to add that.
Over here, please.
Amy Pretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive, and I'm on the planning board, so I don't know if I should be there or here, but when we first voted on this, it was 3-1, or 2-1? No, 3-1. And I was the one that voted no, because I felt that 75, with actually a little extra, because you can develop a little more of the Harvey, were too many. I thought it was too much high density downtown, and I had asked to do 2 to 3 acres, which would be 30 to 45 units. So I am in support of the amendment because it brings down the density downtown, but I respect everybody else in the audience for whatever they want to do. But I just want to mention I was the one that voted no, and now I think this is a good amendment. I do think the Southwest cutoff was a good decision to choose, and the downtown, they do want to do a little bit downtown so they can get the grants for the downtown revitalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, Chris Woodcock, 18 Increase Ward Drive. Question, I guess, through you to Town Council. My understanding, I have some vague recollection, that zoning articles, if they fail, cannot be rebrought back up again for some period of time. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but if it is, it's something we should be aware of if we're close and we're hoping to come back in October. If we vote this down, can we come back?
Certainly.
Mr. Moderator, through you, with respect to these zoning bylaws, I am familiar with certain moratoriums when certain zoning bylaws are not adopted, but with respect to these, and specifically with the MBTA zoning, that's not applicable. So again, if it's not approved this evening, it could be brought back up by the end of the year. Again, your deadline is the end of the year to adopt these zoning bylaws.
Over here, please.
Hi, my name is Susan Sartori. I live at 465 Green Street. I want to thank the Planning Board for all the time and diligence they've given to this particular issue. And I am not speaking as a resident that lives in the area. I don't live near this area, so I'm happy to see that you're trying to come to a compromise. What I want to point out to all of you tonight is that earlier in the week, we voted $900,000 for a feasibility study for the Peasley School. That money will be funded by taxpayers, but as much as 50% of it will be funded by the state in a large grant. We are only in the queue for the feasibility study that was approved the other night. We will have to go forward and submit more paperwork to the state to get the approval. There are many other towns that are vying for that money. I ask you all to come to a decision this evening so that we do not jeopardize the future building project for the Peasley School. The state will not look well upon us if we do not do this tonight. Thank you.
Seeing that there are no other individuals that have questions or concerns about the amendment to Article 49, I will remind you of what we're voting on. We are voting on the, we don't have a slide for that, do we? We do have a slide for that. You're fantastic. Okay, the motion is I move to amend the downtown subdistrict zoning map in Article 49 to reduce the amount of the Harvey property from 5 acres to 3 acres. The voting is open. And this is a majority vote. Five seconds. And the vote is closed. The amendment to Article 49 passes. We return back to the combined articles. There's been a motion to move the question. This is a 2/3 vote. Let's do it by hand vote to see if we can get through. All those in favor of moving the question, please raise your hands. Okay. Those opposed, I declare that the motion to move the question has passed by the required 2/3 votes. So now we're back at the combined articles, 49 and 50. Thank you. I move to amend the Northborough zoning maps provided in Article 49 of the warrant as amended and amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code the Northborough zoning bylaw by adding the underlying underlying text to section 7-04-010 and adding a new section 7-07-050 as set forth in Article 50 in the warrant. Voting is open.
What's the percentage required, Mr. Moderator?
This is a majority. Okay, we have 5 seconds. And the voting is closed. Articles 49 and 50 have passed, as amended. Article 51.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town will vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-03-030, Board of Appeals, and 7-05-010, general provisions, by deleting the text shown in the strike-through and adding the text shown as the underline, as set forth in the warrant.
I heard a second. And the presentation, please.
So I'm going to apologize ahead of time. This was originally not one that I was going to be presenting, but last minute we had somebody who couldn't make it tonight, so I'm here presenting this. So this is about something called a use variance. So a use in a zoning exercise is what can be done in that zone. So again, I'm going to bring up the microbreweries, right? That is a use in a zone. So one of the things that that the ZBA has the ability to do is do what's called a zone variance. And what that zone variance is that in order to create a use in a zone, it has to come before this body, and it has to be voted by a 2/3 majority in order to be approved. A zone variance allows the ZBA to be able to bypass that process and be able to create a variance or change to that use to allow it into a specific area. Now, there are some criteria for that. I'm going to go through them real quick. And all of these have to be true in order to allow a use variance. That owing to circumstances relating to the soil condition, shape, or topography of such land, and especially affecting such land, but not affecting generally the zoning district. What that means is basically there is something in the land specific to this lot, not in the general zoning area, that requires a variance. 2, a literal enforcement of the provision of the ordinance or bylaw would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the petitioner. Again, this is related to the parcel, not the person, not the owner of the land. 3, that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good. It's within reasonable reference to the underlying zone. You can't take an adult bookstore and put it next to a school, basically. And without nullifying or substantially degrading from the intended purpose of such ordinance or bylaw. Basically, that it matches the area that the zone is in. So You can't have a warehouse pop up in a residential area. I'm going to give a little bit of a story, and then I will hand this off. And this was told to me the other day by someone who actually went through this. There was a dog walking service that wanted to come up in Northborough. That dog walking service was not allowed in the area where it was proposed. The dog walking service went in front of the ZBA, and that did not pass by one vote, just one vote. They then went in front of this body, and it did not pass. But what I want to stress is that it missed by one vote of one person. One person had the right to be able to say what this body could not. So this is why in normal zoning, in most places, they prefer not to do variances, because we work very hard on the planning board to make sure that our zones have the correct uses that we want in town. And it becomes a hindrance when you're trying to do something long-term and there's a way around it. That's all.
Thank you. Do we have anyone here from the planning board to be able to give the recommendation? Use the microphone, please.
It's unanimous, right? The planning board recommended unanimously to approve this.
Okay.
I didn't have it in front of me.
We have, I don't know who was up first.
Yeah, Greg Rudy, 28 Moore Lane. I just want to point out that this is a safety valve. We have hundreds and hundreds of pages of zoning regulations. Not all of them fit every circumstance. This allows somebody with a out of the ordinary condition to stand before a zoning board and say, this is my condition. It allows them to call out something out of the ordinary, state their case. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Your example didn't work. They didn't get their exception. There are other cases where they do get their exception, and it's warranted. But they need that capability to stand before human beings and say, the zoning law does not fit. It's a power grab by the planning board, plain and simple. Leave the exceptions in place. Some human will evaluate it. Just leave it where it is. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Thank you. Fran Baxter, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I had the privilege of serving on the Zoning Board of Appeals for 12 years. So I am intimately aware of this use variance article. I also have spoken on it. This is my third time that it has come up at town meeting. What I wanted to do is actually, if everyone would look at the article that's up on the screen, and I want to counter the thoughts or the points that the planning board has made, where it says that it eliminates the zoning board. They want to eliminate the Zoning Board of Appeals' power to issue use variances because it refers to the action by the zoning board to allow a use not otherwise allowed in our bylaws. While that is true, taking the use variance authority away from the zoning board will actually deny property owners from even asking for relief from a current bylaw. The next one is granting a use variance will likely conflict with the community's comprehensive plan or master plan. I had the privilege of being your chair of the Master Plan Steering Committee, and I'm on the Master Plan Implementation Committee. The master plan actually states in it that it typically covers a time frame between 10 and 15 years, and it's worth noting that the master plan is not a zoning ordinance or subdivision regulation, budget plan, capital improvement program, or other regulatory document. Rather, it is meant to provide the framework for the development of these implementation tools. It is possible that there is a use that has not even been thought of that may make sense during the 10 to 15 year life expectancy of our master plan. Use variances circumvent statutory procedure for changing zoning under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A. Actually, we are not circumventing the statutory procedure as it specifically states in Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 10, that you can have except where local ordinances or bylaws shall expressly permit variances for use, no variance may be authorized. So the state is actually giving us local control as to whether or not we want to allow use variances in our town. So we are completely in compliance with Mass General Law. The zoning adoption and amendment process at annual town meeting is considered thorough and procedurally fair. Absolutely. It's also a time frame that could be problematic for a potential development of a property. I'm going to give you a quick example that I will have to apologize, I've only been to Wegmans twice since it's been here, but I know it was a big deal when it came here. In 2010, a local developer approached the town officials with interest in a major retail residential development. It was in industrial land. He wanted to move fast because of the economic time. He needed use variances to do that. If he had had to wait for the town meeting process, it is possible that the economy might have changed and he might have gone elsewhere, and we would not have the Northborough Crossings property. That Northborough Crossing project met our 10% affordable housing threshold, provided mitigation funding of more than $2 million, sewer and water extension down Southwest Cutoff, and more than $2.9 million a year last year alone in tax revenue. That actually covers the cost of our fire department's budget of $2.5 million, and most of our library, $1.05 million in operating costs. So, also I will say to you, just so you know, a lot of people confuse pre-existing non-conforming use applications. Those are special permits, not use variances. It's not going to change the fact that we have gas stations downtown and that they can modify their gas stations downtown. Since 2013, we have had approved 24 use variances, 24 in 11 years. And that's all. So this is, I will also say one more thing. We were a part of the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. We are one of 40 communities, and more than a third of them still allow use variances in their local ordinances. This is an unnecessary removal of an authority. It's not as much as an authority of the zoning board. It's an opportunity for property owners to have the choice of going for a body that is a 5-member board, just like the planning board. So it's just 5 different people, and it's a supermajority. It's 4 to 5, 4 out of 5 or unanimous, not 2/3, which is what town meeting is. And it is the same, Millie. I saw you shaking your head. Oh, well, one is elected and one is appointed. The appointed board is appointed by an elected board. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Scott Feretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. You actually helped me with my question, and that is, how many towns don't use the use variance? So fortunately, while I didn't go to Algonquin, Linfield High had an excellent, yeah, it's pretty good. So if 1/3 have it, I think that means 2/3 don't. 2/3 of our towns don't have the use variance. So I was hoping that you could explain to us why the majority of towns in Massachusetts don't have the use variance, even though the state allows them to.
Point of clarification, I did not say in the state. I said of the 40 communities that are part of the Central Mass Planning Commission. So if we were playing baseball, a 300 average would not be such a bad thing, right?
Oh, yeah. Actually, that helps. So 2/3 of our neighboring communities don't use the use variance. Could you explain to us why they are doing that?
Right. Well, as I explained earlier, the reason is because it goes against what zoning has already been put in place, right? What the different groups with the elected officials, the different groups within the community, that are elected by the community are trying to do for the community.
Yeah, thank you. Very helpful. So I support this article.
Over here, please.
Susie Sislick at 8 Emerson Road. I was behind Jack over there, so I came over here so the microphone would be better. Fran, I can't believe you've only been to Wegmans twice. I've been there twice in the last 2 days. Okay, so I'm on the ZBA, as I stated. I've been up here, I think, 4 times now. I am speaking as a ZBA, but not on behalf of the ZBA right now. I attend trainings every fall. We are lucky enough to be offered to go to these trainings, and they're really wonderful. They're a refresher course. We get it, we don't go to these meetings without, I go to these meetings trying to be educated and prepared and do the best job that I can for the town and the residents and prepare myself to do the best job for you when you come before us. The use variance is a test, and I try to abide by the test and really apply the test. Some of my cohorts do not, and they don't use the test or have not in the past. It is a test. I'm a former attorney, and that's one reason why I don't support this article, because somebody might not come along and they might not use the test. When you attend the trainings, I don't know, so it's lawyers that put on the trainings. I'm a former lawyer. So it's lawyers, it's a Zoom, which is very helpful because you can be anywhere to watch it. And the lawyers are putting it on, so you can't ask questions for the stats or anything, but they're like, very rarely do you find a community that still has a use variance. And very rarely do you find a community that even grants them. And I'm like, they're talking about Northborough. That's all that I think of when they say that in my head. So in my head, I'm glad that we had it when Wegmans came, but I also feel like if there's a need for it, or if there's a huge need for it, then they should come to our annual town meeting, because that's why we're here tonight, to grant things as a community and to vote on it as a community. And it's really hard sometimes when a use variance comes forth, because we're appointed. We're not elected. We're appointed by the select board. And sometimes I sit up there and I'm like, this is a lot of power that I shouldn't have for a use variance. Because we're appointed by the select board, who, we all vote for, but we should all be voting for the things that the use variances grant. So I hope you are all kind of seeing what I'm trying to get across, but the use variance is something that we should all have a part in deciding and be putting into our zoning code. And I really respect and enjoy the people that I'm on the zoning board with. We get along great, and we don't always decide together, but I haven't even met some of them in person. We're all remote right now, but we're going to be meeting in person for the first time in next month. But I feel like we should be giving the power back to the people and the planning board. So thank you.
Over here, please.
I'll just speak briefly to my own experience with the use variances. Perhaps you could tell me what the requirement for the town is in terms of telling abutters and local residents when one of these is coming before the ZBA. I don't know what the foot distance is. Is it 300 feet or something like that? It's not very much.
Once again, Laurie Connors. So by law, we are required to send public hearing notices to abutters within 300 feet of the subject property. And we also advertise in the newspaper for 2 weeks. Right now, we're advertising in the Community Advocate. And then the notices are posted on the municipal website.
Right. So, prior to my interest in town affairs, we had a use variance in our neighborhood. I lived more than 300 feet from it. So we had no idea that this was going on. I'm not a regular reader of the Community Advocate either, and I certainly don't surf the town website before this. Like many of you, my kids were little, and we were wrapped up with, basketball and, PTO stuff. So if you're not within that 300 feet, you may have one of these use variance issues in your neighborhood that you know nothing about. And that can be really problematic because we've got an appointed body, not an elected body, making decisions in your neighborhood that you may be completely unaware of that have really significant implications for the traffic and the use of things in your neighborhood, particularly if you're on one of those neighborhoods like I am that abuts, another, like we abut the industrial zone. So those things become really important, and I would strongly urge in support of this simply because it makes changes, significant changes to the zoning come to town meeting. And nobody really has an excuse to say, well, I just didn't bother to go to town meeting, as opposed to like, I didn't surf the town website. So I stand strongly in favor of this. This is a tremendous amount of discretion that we're putting in the hands of the ZBA, and it really belongs at town meeting. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I am not speaking on behalf of any committee that I serve on, but with some information that I have gained through that process. Two aspects. The most important to me is this town meeting, and you're all here because you believe in the town meeting process. This town meeting is the appropriate place to determine what goes where in town. This is where uses get determined. Deferring that to a small board, even though I really like the board and its members, in my opinion, is not the right way to determine the use of what goes somewhere. A few projects have been mentioned that in theory would not have occurred if not for a use variance. That's not correct. The other way to deal with this, and the way the 2/3 of the communities around us deal with use restrictions, is if there's a project that boards believe is appropriate for the town, but they want to find out, does the town really believe that this is appropriate for the town? They call a special town meeting. It's easy. And then the town decides whether that's an appropriate use. We could have done that with any of them. The other aspect that is important to me is that if you believe a project is important, it should be as quick as possible. And you could easily say, well, a zoning board meeting is easier to call than a town meeting, but zoning board decisions can be appealed and often are. We are currently being sued over a use variance. One of the cases that was mentioned that we had to talk about recently. I can't talk about the details of the case, but I've just confirmed that with council that is a core basis for the appeal that we're going through and is costing us money. And as a result, that project, which may or may not have been a good project for the town, has been sitting around languishing, I think, for about 2 years without conclusion, and won't be concluded until a case gets sorted out. By not using a use variance, instead of going to town meeting, if it was in fact a good project, we could have concluded that, and town meeting decisions like this are not appealable. That project would be completed and concluded by now, and we'd be receiving the tax revenue from that if it was town meeting's desire that it was the appropriate use. And for that, I stand in support of this article. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Hi, Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive, and I'm on the planning board. And I think someone had said that this brings it back to the planning board, but the last two men clarified that if you vote yes to eliminate the use variance, it doesn't fall back on the planning board. Like they said, it falls back on town meeting. It's up to the residents to vote, not a group of 5 people. And you may trust the people now, but you may not trust the people in the future or the past. It has nothing to do with the people. But it brings it back to the residents to have a say of what's going to go in your neighborhood. And I'm just using this example. I don't know if it happened, but if you live in a neighborhood and somebody wants to come in with a kennel, and that's dogs barking all the time. I'm not saying this happened or is going to happen, but it goes in front of the ZBA. You might get that kennel in your neighborhood. But if it was not allowed by use variance, it would have to go to town meeting, and you could get your neighbors, and you could, have more of a say than if you did in front of a board. And the other reason I was going to talk about it is because I did attend some classes on economic development in the downtown, and one of the things they did mention was to remove the use variance. because when they do a downtown revitalization and go through the planning and set up what they want to see the town go forward in, as long as you have the use variance, you can override that, so you may never hit the goals that you're looking for. Thank you.
We're going to go over here one more time.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, Brad Blanchett, 6 Rodney Terrace. I'm currently a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I don't speak for my members. I am against this article just for a couple reasons. First off, I was on the zoning board when we decided on the dog park, and we took in feedback from neighbors, from abutters, from residents. We had multiple meetings. So decisions like that, and we got the decision right, is not made in a vacuum. We take in a lot of input and feedback from town staff, from the residents, and from the applicant. And what Ms. Braxton also said is, yeah, the use variance for Northborough Crossing. Northborough Crossing, it may or may not have happened, but the fact that it happened so fast and we're able to pivot on the fly to benefit the town, I thought is a win-win. And Northborough right now, yeah, we're talking about revitalization of downtown. I've been here for 40 years. And so Northborough is really going through like a maturity phase, going from 70s and 80s contractors' yards, things like that, and flipping it to something that's more desirable. This use variance is something in our toolbox that we can help speed up that process. So take that into consideration. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Tim Shea, 214 Green Street, local developer, been developing property on Route 20 for about 20 years. You know, the problem with changing zoning is we limit our possibilities. Recently, I sat with Lori Connors and Bob, the building inspector, and my foreman to talk about moving a successful tenant from business east to business west. They could not find a category for that business to work out of 345 West Main Street. So sometimes with the rewrites of our zoning, there's things that nobody thought about. So it's a great business idea. In conclusion to my hour-and-a-half meeting with Lori and Bob, they said, you know, you could always go to zoning, and they don't grant variances, but you could ask. And I said, well, it's kind of hard to spend all the money on the approvals, get there, and then them just say no. You know, to have this go away, we don't know what's next. We're going to end up with vacant buildings in town if we keep going down the road we're going. Thank you.
Over here, please.
George Sprinkle, 3 Little Pond Road. I'm just looking for a clarification of whether this is variances are prohibited. I'm thinking about just generally, we say, you know, the exception can prove the rule, and I look at the zoning law itself, that's the rule, and there may be a need for an exception, and from what's written in the warrant article, I don't understand whether you're saying the Zoning Board of Appeals cannot make an exception, but the town meeting can, or the way I read what's in the warrant is no exceptions ever. It just says use variances are prohibited.
Right.
So I'm just looking for clarification on that.
So the town meeting process is actually changing the zoning.
There are cases where you won't want to change the rule in general, but you will like to make an exception for a specific case. So, I mean, by taking away the ability to make a variance, you're saying it's either change it totally or don't change it at all. And somehow having the ability to fine-tune is something that's worth having. So that's kind of, if you're eliminating it for even town meeting to just make an exception, and the only way to do it is to change the zoning rule itself, I think you're taking away a fine tool and you're kind of left with a sledgehammer. So I'm just a little concerned about that.
Yeah, the state actually doesn't look very kindly on that. They call it spot zoning. And, you're not allowed to do spot zoning, which is sort of an interesting case if you think of use variances, right? So they allow a use variance, but you can't do spot zoning. And so it confuses us as well.
I'm not following. Could town meeting, could someone come to town meeting and ask for a variance?
No.
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 Yeah.
Yeah, so the way it works, you are correct. So if there was a use that was interested in going into a specific property, if you have use variance power, then you can allow that specific use on that property only, but not within the entire district. So the town meeting does not have the power to grant variances. So what would happen is that if a specific use was interested in going on a specific parcel, then you would have to allow that use in the entire district, or you would have to create a brand new district, which would include property above and beyond that single parcel. So say you have a parcel that's 10,000 square feet. If you say, oh, well, we're going to create a new business 3 district on this one parcel, this 10,000 square feet, then the Attorney General's office would kick that, say that's spot zoning, it's illegal, and would not allow the town to do it. So the town would have to zone like an area of 10 acres to allow the use there as well as in the neighboring properties.
Okay, so again, from what I understand is what you're saying is that the way this is written currently, we are banning use variances across the board. Is that correct?
Correct, no option.
Okay. I think that may be a mistake. I can understand saying, a small appointed board where the issue of just one person can, kind of stand in the way. I understand that. But it seems to me there should be a way for the town to allow use variances. I don't know whether that's expanding the board, whether that's making the board be elected as opposed to appointed, but to completely eliminate use variances, I think, is a mistake.
Real quick, 76, Fran Baxter and 76 Cedar Hill Road. To that gentleman's point, and Ms. Paretsky's example, if absence of the use variance, that person could come to town meeting, well, they'd have to go through the planning board and say, we would like you to allow kennels in our neighborhood. The planning board would have to take that under advisement. They would have to then draft the warrant article, have public hearing, redraft the warrant article, present it to the select board, have a town meeting to say, okay, we're going to now allow kennels in this entire neighborhood. So it really would not work in that fashion at all. And to his point, it would really be like a hammer versus a fine-tune instrument.
Thank you. Yes.
Marshall Gould of 41 West Street, and I have lived in town for just over 50 years, and I've been practicing law in this town for just over 50 years, and I've been doing zoning work for 45 years, and for a period of time I was on the planning board for a couple of terms, and I have been before all the boards in this town, and I've sat on a lot of the boards in town, and I'm going to tell you what a lot of people may not know, and I apologize because I had a meeting out of town. I rushed back to get here as quickly as I could, so if I repeat anything that's been stated, I really apologize. I'll try to be concise. The concept of variances of all types are granted by statute to the Zoning Board of Appeals. If you read the chapter of our bylaw that creates the Zoning Board of Appeals, it states how you create the Zoning Board of Appeals, how many members, and then it talks about the powers. And all the boards in town have their unique powers. The Zoning Board of Appeals, they are empowered to grant certain special permits under the bylaw, and they are the only group in town, the only committee or board entitled to grant variances, and that comes under Chapter 40A, Section 10. And the wording in our zoning bylaw recreates or uses a lot of the wording from 40A, Section 10, and it does state in there that variances can be granted for use, dimensional, and whatever the other purposes are. We're focusing on use tonight. What a use variance is allows a use that might otherwise not be allowed on that particular property. You've heard people say, and I know that the planning board has said, and I have at various discussions, said to them, if you're saying to people, if you want to do something on your property, don't get a variance, go to town for a zone change. You've heard people here say tonight, you cannot do spot zoning. So if a property owner, whether it be residential, commercial, or industrial, wants to do something, on that property, and if the zoning category does not allow this particular use, for them to have to do a zone change and for them to come in, you can almost guarantee that a zone change will not be granted because they're going to have to, as has been stated by several people, including our town planner, you can't just do it for the one property. You have to create a zone, and otherwise it would be considered spot zoning. So if you look at some of the variances that have been granted, some of them are because a particular property might have groundwater involved, and somebody may want to do something where if you're in a groundwater area, you cannot necessarily do it. That's a real important point to consider because we're not just talking industrial or commercial property owners, we're talking residents of the town. If you look back over the variances that have been granted in the time that I have been in town, and in my personal experience and observing other hearings, there are more variances granted to individuals in their homes than there are for variances for industry and for business. So the people who are what called unintended consequences that might be hurt are the people who could be helped by a variance. Now, the grounds in both our bylaw and in the statute say if you are going to request a variance, what you are supposed to show is that there is a hardship created that arises out of the soil, shape, or topography of the land, but that does not generally affect the other properties in the particular district of which this property is a part. That, according to some members of the planning board, they say no variances should be granted because that never occurs. Now, I'll be the first to say that in all my years of practicing here, there have been many cases of what certain towns call no harm, no foul, which means if somebody wants to come to a zoning board to request a variance, and I don't know if everybody knows this, whether you request a variance or a special permit, you have to get an abutters list of anybody within 300 feet. And then what you have to do is you have to give certified or registered mail notices, and you have to publish this in the newspaper. And this notice is also given to the various boards in town, including the planning board. Excuse me, dry throat tonight. Including the planning board. And if people want to go, whether they are neighbors or just interested parties, and come, and if they want to say to the zoning board, we don't think you should grant this, and if they are neighbors, the zoning board does listen to that. I don't want anybody to think that just because somebody comes in and asks this town for a variance, that it is carte blanche given to anybody that requests it. So that is an important point to consider. The number of variances that has been granted by the various zoning boards of appeal over the last, Fran, did you talk about the numbers? Okay.
He has not gone beyond some of the other discussions this evening. He can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. What I'm trying to just point out to this town is this could affect you or your neighbors one day, where it might affect you or property that you or somebody else owns that you think this should absolutely be granted when you hear the proposal. To say that no use variances can be granted just said, nope, you're going to have to come back to town meeting. Now, I know that the planning board has already said when it comes to one of the citizen petitions tonight that they don't want to do away with the design review committee because if things go back to the planning board, they're already busy and they have a lot to do. Well, why should the planning board take away a power of the zoning board of appeals and say, okay, now you have to go to town meeting, and when these 100 to 300 people come out, now you're going to have to decide, and the meetings will go longer. And a lot of the people here are not necessarily abutters, and they may not even know about it. Whereas with a variance, your neighbors are all going to know, and if the planning board wants to get their point in, they can come to the meeting. They have done it on some of the projects I've been involved in. Some have been granted, some have been turned down. I ask that this town tonight recognize this is a valuable tool to prevent hardships to property owners that has already been dealt with this is the third time in roughly the last 10 or 11 years. It's been voted down twice before. I ask that the board protect the rights of the Zoning Board of Appeals, all of whom are good people, and they make good decisions. Thank you very much.
Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, if I might?
Yes.
So this is great, right? Having these discussions is wonderful. And I love coming to town meeting. I've been doing it for 5 years now. I've been part of the planning board for 2. The only thing I will say is town meeting is where we have these discussions. We don't get to have these discussions of people who are not abutters in the ZBA public meetings, because you may not know that that's happening. That's all.
Okay. Now you may speak.
Millie Milton, 50 Fay Lane. I am also a member of the planning board, but I am speaking on behalf of a resident. I've seen a number of different, use variances come and applications over the years, and I think to Fran's point, the Zoning Board of Appeals doesn't grant very many, and what that leads me to think is that there's an awful lot of time, lawyers, wishful thinking, energy, and meetings spent on applications that don't actually go anywhere. And I feel that there's a sense with the residents where they get all up in arms, they get anxious because they might have something next to them that they didn't plan on when they bought the house. And I feel like, not having this would not be a great detriment to where we're looking to go with our master plan. I support this.
Yes, please.
Hi, Amy Pretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive, and I'm on the planning board. I just wanted to speak to a couple things that Marshall said. When homeowners come for variances, they're dimensional variances. They're not use variances, and this is not eliminating all variances. This is just if you want to change the use. And if you follow the criteria, you can't come and, I can't remember the words he said, I was thinking about it. No harm, no foul. Like, you have to follow the criteria. You can't say no harm, no foul, I just want to do this. There's certain criteria. You can't look the other way. And that's what happens sometimes. And also, For a use variance to be granted, it can't be because I want to put this application on the groundwater zone. The groundwater zoning is to protect the groundwater, and that's the reason. If you had groundwater on your property and nobody else in your area did, then you could get a use variance, because a use variance is for something that's a hardship for you, and it would cause a hardship, but not for everybody in the neighborhood. So you're not actually supposed to use a use variance to override the groundwater protection. So, and that's what's happened a lot. But that's not, if you go to the classes on the use variance, and it's supposed to be something that you in your neighborhood, you cannot use your property anymore because of this hardship that you have with the shape of your soil, or the type of your soil, the shape, topography. I have the three things here. Has to be with soil conditions, shape, or topography of the land. Thank you.
Okay. I see no more discussion, so this is what we're voting on for Article 51. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-03-030, Board of Appeals, and 7-05-010, general provisions, by deleting the text shown in strike-through and adding the text shown as underlined, as set forth in the warrant. This is a 2/3 vote. The voting is open. We have 5 seconds. And voting is closed. Wow, it doesn't pass. I declare that Article 51 has not passed. It did not meet the requirement of 2/3 votes. Article 52. Is there, do you have a microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. May I move that we move the remaining articles until the fall town meeting, given that we're up against 10 o'clock, we're at the third day of town meeting, we're exhausted, and I'm afraid we won't have a quorum tomorrow night. I know I can't make it. I've been here for 3 nights, so I may speak for others here, and perhaps we can have a vote on how many can make it till tomorrow's town meeting if we continue.
Wait. First of all, let's act on her motion. I did not hear a second. Okay, so you're proposing that we don't try to go through an article to get to the 10 o'clock hour, which is another 12 minutes.
Fine, but I think what I'm proposing is that we acknowledge we're not going to make it through the remaining articles tonight, and that the feasibility of coming back tomorrow for a 4th night is probably something that a lot of us can't do.
Okay, there's a motion that has been seconded to actually, the proposal amounts to a dissolving of this town meeting. And by saying dissolving, what that means is we postpone all of the articles, remaining articles, and when the next town meeting takes place, and we don't have a particular time frame on that just yet, then those articles may or may not be presented then. It's up on the original sponsors of the articles that came through before. Is this discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
No, not on the amendment, sorry, on the motion.
On the motion?
Yes. Leslie
okay.
Harrison, 28 Moore Lane. It's very traditional to push to an extra hour or so to finish tonight. So I don't want to propose that we push it out. I think we can easily finish this tonight with an extra hour. That's typically the way it's been handled.
All right. That's good input. As far as where we are right now, we're still, discussing and we'll eventually vote on the proposal that has been put forth on basically moving the remaining articles to the next town meeting. And understand that that would amount to dissolving this annual town meeting. That's right.
Can I speak to this? Just point of order.
Who's yelling now? I can't. Oh, there you are.
Point of order. Does the motion have to be written and submitted?
It should be, yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes.
I promise I can go fast. I really want to get through these tonight. So I actually asked that we don't dissolve to the fall. I've been practicing this for 3 days now, and I'm finally up here. So I would like to continue, but that's my feeling.
Okay, thank you. Over here?
Well, my question would be to ask the planning board, is there anything on the upcoming articles that is time sensitive? Because to Mrs. Cahill's point, we all are getting tired and we want to give our best attention and best decisions when we review these.
I think they're important, and I think we can get through them. But it's up to everybody else. It's up to everybody voting on the amendment. I think we can get through them tonight, and I think they're all important because we worked on them. And I hate to come back in the fall.
Yes, over here.
Is it permissible to do a hand count of how many people can stay till 11?
Well, that amounts to a vote on the proposal. Okay?
Can we withdraw the motion and continue till 11 and then revisit it?
Only the original motion maker can withdraw the motion.
I'll
motion.
withdraw.
Okay. Motion's been withdrawn.
Hi, my name is Amy Paretsky. I'm on the planning board. I would like to make a motion to combine Article 52 and 53. They go hand in hand.
May I just say one thing?
Sure.
My deputy brought to my attention that we did not agree by the showing of hands that we would go on and go as far as we could stand this evening. So I asked for a showing of hands. Those in favor of continuing beyond the prescribed 10 o'clock, please raise your hands. Those that want to take nap time, please raise your hands. That means you do not want to continue.
Change the question.
Okay, it looks like we will be able to continue based on my count.
Okay, thank you. So I make a motion to combine, I think it was moved and seconded, to combine Article 52 and 53 because they go hand in hand. And it was seconded.
I did not hear the seconds. There it is. Thank you.
Andrew Clark, 493 Main Street. I vote to move the amendment or motion. So we can vote on your suggestion.
Oh, you want to vote on it without me talking about it?
I think we know what the,
Or just to combine them?
yes, the combined portion.
Oh, okay, yep. And it was seconded already.
Okay, there was a motion to combine? Yes. I'm going to do another hand count. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Boy, the good old days. Then we will combine.
Okay. I move the town vote to amend the Northborough zoning map by rezoning that portion of the industrial district located in the vicinity of the Southwest Connector as a new Highway Business Southwest District, as shown on the map entitled Southwest Cutoff Rezoning Map, and deleting the major commercial development overlay district from the zoning map as set forth in the warrant. Article 52 and 53. 52 is a change in the map, and 53 is the wording that goes along with it. The purpose of changing the district to commercial uses is to keep it compatible with the residential and commercial uses that currently exist there. As we've been talking about, Avalon was built,
in the around 2010 time. And right now, up in that district, includes residential uses, commercial uses, and one of the goals of the master plan was to continue to support and manage commercial development outside the downtown, particularly along Route 20, the southwest cutoff, considering adjacent land use compatibility. And the reason to change the zoning map from industrial to commercial is to provide that the future uses will be compatible. There are current uses there right now, including the Kimball Sand Company, and there's a commercial storage unit. They are grandfathered, so they will not be kicked out. They won't make stop. If they stop for 2 years, then they would have to conform to the new zoning. But being on the planning board, the baseball actually put in an A&R, which freezes their zoning for 3 years, and the Kimball Sand put in a subdivision, so that freezes their zoning for 8 years. So if they want to do commercial or industrial, that leaves their options open. So in conclusion, I think, do I have to vote on 52 first? I'll ask for questions, but 52 is to change the map, and 53 is the wording. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Well, I assume the planning board has given a recommendation.
The planning board did unanimously approve this article. The purple on the map is the zone I'm talking about. The light.
Are there any questions and concerns, discussion about Articles 52, 53? This requires a 2/3 vote, and we'll be with you in a minute.
See, I said it would be fast. So I'm assuming we're doing Article 52 first, and then I'll have to read Article 53?
No, there was a motion to combine
Okay.
the two, so it'll be one vote.
Sure.
I'm going to read from the slide only so that we know that both 52 and 53 are combined on this vote. I move the town vote to amend the Northborough zoning map as provided in Article 52 of the warrant and amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code as provided in Article 53 of the warrant. The voting is open.
This is a 2/3 vote.
Yes, it is. Okay, 5 seconds. And the voting is closed. I declare that the combined Articles 52 and 53 have passed because after meeting the 2/3 vote requirement. Article 54, zoning bylaw section 7-09-030, off-street parking and loading.
Good evening. I promise I won't keep you long. This should be quick. I move the town to vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code. The Northborough zoning bylaw, section 709-030C2A, by adding the underlined text and deleting the text shown with a strike-through as set forth in the warrant.
The motion has been made and seconded.
This is basically a housekeeping article to provide more detailed clarification for off-street parking lots and loading, unloading zones. The current description does not give a clear interpretation of where the point of measurement would be for a building that is not parallel to the frontage of the road. And as you can see on the diagram, oh, never mind. There. As you can see on the diagram where the F is pointing to this building does not line up parallel with the frontage of the lot. And so ideally the parking would be on the side or the back of the building, but you can see where the yellow is, where it was measured, that those parking lots would be allowed if they were measured from the front of the building. And so basically it changes that to the nearest point. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, I just want to ask for the recommendation from the planning board.
It was unanimous in favor.
Thank you. Any questions, any concerns, any discussion about Article 54? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. Whoa, okay, just in time.
I'm confused. This is Chuck Frankian, 125 Howard. So if this article passes, the yellow part where parking is now allowed would not be allowed? I'm not sure what you're saying.
That is correct. Oh, no, the yellow where it is now would not be allowed, yes. Right. That.
Use the microphone, please.
No, don't worry. It's basically clarifying the language of the bylaw, not where actually the parking is or isn't. The parking is not supposed to be in front of any point of the building or structure closest to the front lot line. But depending on how you interpret that, you can interpret it from the front of the building, which is not parallel to the front lot line in this case. And so you could have it either go all the way straight across or where the green lines are. And that's where the parking should not be.
Any other questions, concerns, discussion about Article 54?
Mr. Moderator?
Oh, there you are, okay.
Can I speak?
Yes.
I'm going to ask a question. The property that's shown is a property where a client of mine was going to do the ice cream shop. And this came up, and I recognize this is the way the bylaw is now. But I guess I have to say, what is wrong with having parking in front of the building, between the building and the street? We see that in so many locations and towns, and I understand that what the board is trying to accomplish, but I don't see a purpose in it. It just seems what you're looking at here is not representative of a typical building in Northborough. And if somebody were to come in and build a larger building that would stretch out across the frontage, all the parking would have to be in back. Typically, the front of the store faces the street. So if you're forcing people to park in the back, you're then going to presumably either make them enter the back of the building or they're going to have to walk around the building to get to the front. So I know years ago the planning board had something where the parking had to be in the rear of the building, and I don't remember the address of the property, but it's across from the Dunkin' Donuts downtown, where you look at the back of the building when you drive down Main Street. And I don't think that's a good look. And I think as you drive around, and this is clearly for commercial properties, I don't see the purpose, and I think it's better for stores or any retail property where people can drive by to see, oh, it's easy to park here and go in. So I'd like the planning board to answer why they are doing this.
It's actually just a clarification of the bylaw that's already in place, which states that no parking shall be located closer to the front lot line than the front line of the principal structure nearest to the front lot line, which is not very clear where that is.
And I completely agree with you, Millie, that it's not clear, and it became very obvious at the time that we were doing the hearing concerning the ice cream shop. But what I'm saying is, why should we not change the bylaw to say that the building can be set back and parking could either be in front of, beside, or behind a building?
Point of order, that's not the question that we're talking about tonight. If Mr. Gould would like to bring a bylaw change to the board and to town meeting, we can do it, but that's not what this bylaw is doing. It's not changing the parking. It's changing one word that has, whether you change it today or tomorrow, it's not going to change and move the parking to the back.
I understand, Amy, and I'm not prepared to write a change. I happen not to like bylaws that are changed at town meeting when there may be unintended consequences. So I'm not necessarily fighting your article because I know that there is an ambiguity there and it doesn't always work. But I hope that the planning board, what I'm trying to suggest is before the next town meeting, perhaps we can come up with the idea of why there can't be parking in front of the building as well as beside and in the back. And if there's not a good rationale, then maybe for the next town meeting, we could change this to do away with this section.
We welcome you to come back and talk to the planning board, but I just want to let the audience know that has nothing to do with the bylaw in front of us tonight. So I just
And
want to ask to move forward.
I am going to vote
with the
in
question.
favor of this tonight, just to make it clear.
Yep.
But I also hope that the planning board will agree to look at this before another town
I just
meeting.
promised people we'd move fast, so. We got to keep moving.
And I thought I would.
Over here, please.
George Sprinkle, 3 Little Pond Road. This is kind of an example where you may need appeals, and this is changing or modifying a zoning law to deal with one unique building type thing. And it seems to me that this is not, we shouldn't be changing bylaws to deal with one unique situation.
That's actually not the case. This does, this applies to every building that is not, where the frontage is not parallel with the front lot line, which isn't clear in our bylaws.
Yeah, but you're going to find other exceptions that are going to come up periodically. It's important to allow some flexibility in here because this is a building that's tilted in relation to the road.
Which is
Right,
allowed.
correct.
You can build your building this way.
Right.
It's just stating that the parking that's intended, according to the bylaw that's already in place, should be beside or behind.
Okay.
And not in front of any of the furthest or the closest points of the
You wish to
building.
speak?
Right.
You have to go after these people that are already in line. Well, after they speak, okay? Over here, please.
Mike Powell, 360 Whitney. Very simple question, hopefully. Does this apply to every zoning district other than downtown business? And does it only apply to commercial, or does it apply to residential as well?
Business and commercial? Just business. Yeah. Not residential.
So you want to be able to clarify some of the statements? Please do.
Good evening, I'm Bob Frederico, I'm the building inspector, zoning enforcement officer. I can't believe I made it to Article, 58, 59, 60 before I had to speak. This is really nothing to do about parking. On this particular case that came up, there was a discrepancy about what actually is, what is currently in the book, the front line of the building. Because this building is not parallel to the street, it's a corner, okay? And there was lack of viable definition in the zoning bylaws that represent what the front line of the building is. All this article is doing has nothing to do with parking, is remedying that gray area which dictates what is the front of the building. Is it the front line that runs, typically runs parallel to the street, or the front corner because the building is cockeyed to the street? That's all this article is about.
Over here, please.
Kelly Gannett, 69 Northgate Road. Thank you for that clarification, but my question is that the nearest, furthest type things? Because I see it in this picture, how you're saying the front corner would then eliminate all the parking. What if this building, though, was tilted the other way? Then you'd be allowed to park, like, basically on the curb.
In the business districts, parking is limited to the back of the building or the side. The planning board has the authority to grant a waiver of up to 25% of the parking areas to be ahead of the front line. Again, this is not an exercise on parking, this is an exercise on clarifying a gray area in the zoning bylaw which determines what is the front or the front line of the building.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, how do you determine, but wouldn't that then, it could potentially, if it's rotated the other way, though, you would have even a smaller front of the line or larger, depending on how you look at it. But that's what the whole thing is. It's
the distance from any point of the building that is closest to the street line is your distance. Okay? Again, the parking in the business districts is required to be either in the rear of the building or on the side of the building. And if you want, the planning board may issue a special permit to grant up to 25% to the front of that line. That is already in the zoning bylaws, and that is not on the floor tonight to be changed.
Any other questions or discussion on Article 54? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-09-030 C 2A, by adding the underlying text and deleting the text shown with strike-through as set forth in the warrant. The vote is open. Okay, we have 5 seconds. And the vote is closed. I declare that Article 54 has passed by the required 2/3 vote. Article 55, zoning bylaw, Section 705-020, classification of uses, and Section 705-030, Table 1, Table of Uses, Part B, commercial and industrial districts.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-05-020 and 7-05-030 by adding the underlined text as set forth in the warrant.
Second. The motion has been made and seconded.
This article provides definitions for co-working space and makerspace as in the use tables, as well as appropriate places in town where they should be allowed. Co-working space will be allowed by right in all districts, and a makerspace will be allowed by special permit in the industrial district. This article establishes definitions for two newer and popular uses called co-working space and makerspace. By creating these definitions for the use table, we'll have control on what zoning districts these uses will be appropriate in. Co-working space is a shared working space typically meant for individuals who work from home or on the road, but sometimes need an office environment where they can take advantage of workspace, conference rooms, administrative help, printers, collaborate with others. They could also be used for classes, networking events. Co-working space will be used by right in all commercial districts. A makerspace is a similar shared environment, but meant more for commercial industrial uses, but could include arts and crafts, sharing of 3D printers, laser engravers, woodworking, metalworking, and so on. Since there could be machinery or power tools that create loud noises, makerspaces will be restricted to the industrial districts and require a special permit. The Planning Board unanimously approved this article.
Any questions, discussion about Article 55?
Just Andrew Clark, 493 Main Street. Just a clarification, why would the makerspace in an industrial require a special permit? Isn't that the purpose of an industrial space?
Well, I think we're looking to have some control over what goes into those makerspaces, since we don't necessarily know exactly what's going to be in there, how industrial it gets. I think they just want some level of control over it.
So you make it sound like it's a craft shop, but then you're controlling it like it's like a toxic waste dump or something like that. Isn't the definition of industrial space for fabrication and manufacturing anyway?
Yes.
Okay. But the special permit is just to...
Again, to add oversight.
Just to tone it in more, I guess, or?
What's that?
So the reason for a special permit for manufacturing in an industrial zone would be just to control it some more, I guess?
Well, I think what it is could be because the breadth of the definition is so wide, there might be things that we're not thinking of that could end up in being those spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Over here, please.
My dad, 15 Edmonds Way. I graduated from art school. I know what can be happening at makerspaces. I agree there should be a special permit.
Any other questions or discussions? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for Article 55. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-05-020 and 7-05-030 by adding the underlined text as set forth in the warrant. Voting is open. Five seconds. And the voting is closed. I declare that Article 55 is passed by the required 2/3 vote. Article 56.
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to make a motion. We combine Article 56 and 57 for the reason they're pretty much identical, with the exception of one is everything in it is intended for commercial or residential. 56 is all commercial, and 57 is residential, and it's the same. It's to do with dimensional variances or dimensional size in the downtown area.
Motion's been made to combine Articles 56 and 57, and it has been seconded. Is there any further information you care to give before we have a vote?
I think that covers it.
Okay. We're going to do a hand vote on the combining of Articles 56 and 57. All those in favor? Those opposed? It passes as a combined article and combined vote.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-07-010, by adding the underlined text, deleting the text shown with strike-through, and renumbering the remaining internal sections of subsection D3C accordingly, as set forth in the warrant.
And I assume the planning board has given a recommendation?
On this, there was 4 in favor, 1 abstained. So what this article is about is groundwater overlay 50, groundwater, let me start over. Mr. Moderator, sorry. I'm going to start over. I'll go from here. The amendment addresses a major impediment to the downtown revitalization efforts identified in the 2024 Downtown Revitalization Plan Report. Makes all commercial uses that do not use or result in toxic and hazardous waste, two-family dwellings, and multifamily dwellings by right use in Area 3 of the overlay district. New construction, significant additions must adhere to the same performance requirements as they required were special permit uses. This eliminates the minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet when those lots are served by public sewer. Lots served by private sewer, disposal facilities, septic systems, and cesspools must still adhere to the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement. This change will impact about 58 lots in Northborough Center by making them conforming lots. These 58 conforming lots in the center of town range from 4,000 to 15,000 square feet, so these are properties that predate our current zoning requirement of having a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet in the downtown districts. Any changes, improvements to these properties by the landowner would require a dimensional variance, making it a difficult and cumbersome process. The intent of this article is to make it easier to develop new businesses and multifamily development in our downtown district.
You're complete?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or concerns on the combined Articles 56 and 57?
Recognize?
Yes, I'm recognizing you.
Thank you.
I've seen you before.
Okay. Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road, Chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. This article we support basically to do downtown revitalization. All of the businesses up and down Route 20 are on the sewer. The lot sizes vary from small lots to larger lots, but there's no reason to force these groundwater rules on these businesses if they're going to be redeveloped, given the fact they're all on sewer. So this is a good way to help implement downtown revitalization.
Any other questions, concerns, discussion? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on for the combined Articles 56 and 57. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, as provided in Articles 56 and 57 of the warrant. And this is a 2/3 vote. Voting is open. Five more seconds. And the voting is closed. I declare that the combined Articles 56 and 57 pass by the required two-thirds vote. Article 58.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion, I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 703060, by adding the underlined text and deleting the text shown as with strike-through as set forth in the warrant.
Motion has been made and seconded.
The planning board has unanimously approved this article. Article 58 talks about the design review section of the bylaw. Design review is an advisory committee to the planning board and the ZBA. When applications first come in, they go through staff, and staff looks at these applications and decides if they need special permits, variances, they give input. The next step is to come to design review. We have a set of standards that are in the bylaws, 709020, and a set of guidelines, and we try to go through the weeds at the beginning stages of the applications and then make recommendations to the planning board and the ZBA. This article, though, is to loosen the residency requirement for design review committee members, to help fill vacancies, and add membership backgrounds, including historic preservation and civil engineering. The amendment also aims to address issues identified in the 2024 Downtown Revitalization Plan. I'm sure you've heard this a couple times tonight. There was a master plan done in 2020, and the number one thing that rose to the top was the downtown. The people said, we want our downtown, to become more viable, and all sorts of ideas. But we had a consultant come in, and part of that plan, they said that business signage in the downtown is inconsistent in its age, quality, design, location, and size. So along with loosening the residency requirement to try to recruit more members, this is an unpaid volunteer position, we have many in town, and design review is one of them. It also gives the design review committee advisory authority to review signs in the downtown only. We have 20 days to provide written recommendations to the building inspector as part of the sign permit process. It's not a special permit, it's just a sign permit, and it is advisory. Does anyone have any questions?
Hearing no questions,
Sorry.
there are questions.
I do have one. It's mainly a concern. I do like the old version of the design review committee where you had to have 2 degreed architects and you had to have a 1 degreed landscape architect. I think it's important to keep those degreed positions there. I don't like what we're trying to do with simplifying the skill level for the design review committee. Thank you.
Okay, the change was made because actually before 2018, it was only 1 degreed architect, and we're going back to that. The only reason why it was changed in 2018 to 2 degreed architects is because they wanted to be on the board. There were 2 architects that wanted to be on the board, so the planning board went and changed the bylaw for them. But in 2017, it was only 1, and we're going back to 1, and we're loosening the residency requirement. So if you know an architect that works in town but doesn't live in town, they could still join the board. One of the hard things, too, about design review is it meets at 8:30 in the morning. If anybody wants to volunteer, we can move it tonight. We're open to being flexible.
Any other discussion or questions on Article 58? Norm, it's your last chance.
We added historical preservation, so you could join.
Yes.
Jason Perot, 27 Treetop Circle. Later on in the agenda, we actually have a citizen's petition that proposes to disband the Design Review Committee. So I'm wondering if we ought to be hearing about the motivations for that at this time in order to also make a decision about the changes that are proposed here.
Any response to that?
I think we should just continue to keep the meeting moving along, because that will
Sure.
It will make amendments and then amendments to
My
amendments.
point is that we can go through whatever process here to approve this or not approve it, and then we're still going to have another discussion about whether or not the committee should exist at all.
Okay, well, that's fine. But thank you.
Any other questions, discussion about Article 58? Hearing none, we're voting on the following. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 703060, by adding the underlined text and deleting the text shown as strike-through as set forth in the warrant. This is a 2/3 vote. Voting is open. Five seconds. And voting is closed. I declare that Article 58 passes by the required 2/3 vote, and we can go forward to the next article.
Okay, Mr. Moderator, I move the town to vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw 709020C, by adding the underlined text and deleting the text as shown with strike-through as set forth in the warrant.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
This article has to do with the site design standards. Let's see. These are housekeeping articles to help align our site design standards with the current trends. Outdoor lighting, there's a new energy efficiency and dark skies guideline that the planning board has been following and other towns follow. It's just adding this to the site design standards. Primary entrances to the building shall be situated on pedestrian ways such as sidewalks, as shown in Northborough Crossing there. New sidewalks shall be 4-inch thickness, reinforced cement concrete, and curbing shall be either vertical granite or vertical concrete with a minimum 6-inch reveal. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one question. The
Sure.
Personnel Board's the Planning Board's recommendation.
The planning board unanimously approved this.
Okay? Over
Thank
here.
you. Fran Baxter on 76 Cedar Hill Road. Just real quick, Amy, this is just in business and commercial, right? This is not in residential?
Right.
It's just in our business areas?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Norm Corbin, 35 Whitney Street. Quick question. I'm looking at the temporary signs that you've written the information, and it says 30 days per calendar year.
We're on the Article 59.
Oh, thank you.
That's 61.
It's getting late.
He's always been ahead of his time. Any other questions, discussion about Article 59? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 709020C, by adding the underlined text and deleting the text shown with strike-through as set forth in the warrant. Voting is open. Five seconds. And the vote is closed. And I declare that Article 59 is passed by the required 2/3 vote.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town to vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 709020D1,
by adding the underlined text as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
The planning board was unanimously in favor of this article. Article 60 is also site design standards. This updates the design standards for construction of new non-residential buildings or substantial alteration of existing non-residential buildings within the commercial business district. Metal or fiberglass as a primary building finish material shall not be used. Metal buildings are used in the industrial settings and will still be allowed in the industrial district. Flat roofs with decorative cornice or parapets are allowed. Do I hear any questions?
Hearing no questions, this is what we're voting on for Article 59. I'm sorry, Article 60. We already did 59. To see if the town will vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 709-020D1, by adding the text shown below as underlined or taking any action relative thereto. Voting is open. Five seconds. And the voting is closed. I declare that Article 60 has passed by the required 2/3 vote.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 709-040 signs, by adding the underlined text and deleting the text shown in strike-through as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Second, thank you.
The planning board voted unanimously to support this article. Signs. This is a business-friendly sign change to the bylaws. Currently, the way our bylaws are written, no window signs are actually allowed in the business districts. This is allowing permanent window signs to be allowed in the business districts. It sets a 30-day time deadline for the removal of a permanent sign once a business has ceased the operation. So if they leave town, they have to take their sign with them. It increases the size of the wall signs in the highway business district. There have been a lot of variances that have gone forth to allow larger signs down at Northborough Crossing, and this increases the wall size for them. It adds historic signs, markers, and municipal plaques to the list of signs that don't require a permit, and it limits the time period for a temporary sign to advertise a special event to 30 days per year. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, please.
Norm Corbin, 35 Whitney Street. This is the right article. I'm just worried about small businesses. The 30 days for temporary signs, having it up for 30 days, that makes good sense. But once per calendar year, I mean, a lot of them will have a spring sale and a fall sale. Am I misunderstanding this, that they can only pick one? It just seems like we're limited.
It was a discussion we had at all towns surrounding it in Massachusetts or in this area. The date was 30 days. Our bylaw says 56 days, and we weren't sure why. And it is hard to keep track of the 56 days, so.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
I definitely understand the 30 days. It's the restriction that it's only once a year. That's kind of the one I was concerned about.
Bob, can I ask you? Nope. Okay, that's the way it is right now, I think. I'd have to open it up, but we just changed the date, the 30 days. We didn't change any of the restrictions of the once per year.
Yes, please.
So, Fran Baxter on 76 Cedar Hill Road. I'm just trying to think in downtown, where we're talking downtown's going as far as River Street, isn't that zone beyond business? Isn't that the MSR?
Main Street Residential.
Right? So there are businesses over there now with sign. Is this going to then make them well, non-conforming. I'm just wondering whether it should be window signs are allowed in business districts only. I mean, how will that affect those businesses that are currently in our Main Street residential?
Well, this isn't really changing that because this is an addition. So if nothing's allowed in Main Street residential now, this didn't change that. This was, we just thought about the business districts, and when going through the bylaw, we saw that window signs were not allowed, and they're allowed in every other town. So we said, why not add it to the bylaw? And if you want to make an amendment, we can add it to Main Street residential. But we were thinking about just allowing window signs in the businesses. We didn't mean to leave anyone out. Sure.
I just wanted to answer the question about the temporary signs. So say you were going to have a Veterans Day sale. What this would do is it would say that you could advertise that Veterans Day sale for up to 30 days. So, you know, if you had a Christmas sale the next month, then you can advertise the Christmas sale for 30 days. So it's not really limiting, it's just saying, you know, if you're advertising a special event, then 30 days is the limit for that specific event.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm not sure whether this should be to our building commissioner or the planning board, but I notice in the part of the bylaw that says, and I may have just skipped to the wrong page, I apologize. Okay, here it is. Section E3, which is on the warrant page 52, there's also a 30-day time frame, and what it says is any sign, as well as the structural elements advertising any kind of a business which is no longer operational shall be removed by the owner within 30 days of the date on which operations ceased. As somebody who represents small businesses, some of which close for either financial problems, health problems, or death, and then they try to sell the business, this is rather strict and I think might deteriorate from the potential value of the business, and I think it's might be unfairly punishing people. I know, and I think Bob will agree, that even if these are non-conforming, they're still allowed for a period of time as long as somebody else comes in and uses it for a purpose, or if they were to apply for a special permit, even if it's a different use. I'm curious as to why you came up with this paragraph.
This is, I'm just trying to figure out what part you're on.
Page 52, Amy, under E, which talks about construction and maintenance of signs.
You in the bylaw or in the?
The bylaw is 709040, section E3. And I guess I'd also like to hear from Bob whether I'm correct in stating that even as a non-conforming use, that can stay and be reused. So I just want it understood that I think you're shortening the period of time, and I'm curious why.
Bob, would you speak to that, about the structural part of it? The structural.
Bob Frederico, Building Inspector, Zoning Enforcement Officer. I must admit that I oversaw this, and I would not agree with this. A sign is the part of the structure that calls attention to a business. The support, the pole, and the frame is not a sign. It's the supporting structure, and it is not by definition a sign. So, again, I missed that part. I disagree with it in terms of enforcement. Towns do it one way or another. There's no fixed rule. But we have always had a sign requirement to be removed within 30 days if it's been deemed obsolete. That has been a long time requirement in our sign bylaws for as long as I can remember. And I agree with you, somebody leaves town, they get sick, they die, whatever. Excuse me. In a lot of instances, it's a landlord situation where I have to contact the landlord and have him take the sign down or reverse the panel.
So if you wanted, if he made an amendment to take out the structural part, is that what fixes it for you? Or it was fine the way it is?
I did not realize what Bob said, that the structure supporting the sign would not be considered part of the sign. So I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I do know, I'm aware, not in this town, but I'm aware in an adjoining town, the owner had a severe health problem, was in the hospital for a few weeks, went home and passed away, and his wife was trying to run the business. She couldn't and still take care of him. They closed the business and they tried to sell it. And this particular business had a non-conforming sign, and then trying to sell the business, they gave it to a business broker, and trying to sell it, they had to, this is an example where they had to see if they could keep the sign up. And I know that the zoning board is going to be looking more carefully at use variances in the future, and a sign may not be related to soil shape or topography. So I'm just wondering if anybody agrees with me that even though that's what it was, and to be honest, I've not run into the situation in Northborough, but I just think it could be potentially harmful. That's all.
Who's saying point of order? Okay. Yes, your point? Thank you for telling us the time, but, you know, we're still, we're keeping time over here, okay? I think we're getting there. Let's just hang in there, gang. We're almost to the finish line. Okay? Yes?
Mr. Moderator, I just want to make sure I understand with our building commissioner, Andrew Clark from 493 Main Street, and I do own a sign company. But in the removal, any sign together with the structural elements, so are you saying that the frame, the post, and things like that would have to be removed in 30 days? Because it seems like many, you know, that component would be an asset or a fixed component to the lot, not the
That
actual
is
sign
not what I
itself.
said. I said the structure, the frame, and the box that holds the panel is not a sign. And I disagree with the fact that the structure needs to be removed if the sign has to come down.
So I would like to make an amendment to this that would remove, strike out together with its structural elements on this particular bylaw. And I think that would keep the spirit, keep it more accurate to what the.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been said. Can I have that amendment put together in writing? Thank you, just for the record.
thank everybody for sticking with us. We're moving along. So one more planning board article, then there's a citizens petition.
Can we do that until this was done? Don't we have to vote on the amendment?
Yep, we have to vote on the amendment, that's what they're writing.
Very sorry.
Please be patient. We just have to make a slight modification to the article as it's projected for the vote. That should take about a minute.
Then he'll need to read it, right? He'll have to read the motion.
Excuse me?
The man who
Yeah.
made the motion
Yeah.
will have to come up and read it.
The man.
They're writing it right there, but then it'll be your turn.
This one?
Yes.
Yep. Make sure that. Is that script going to come up or?
Yeah, throw it up.
Yep. Oh, it'll be over here too as well. Oh, no. I would propose to amend motion Article 61, zoning bylaw, section 7-09-040, comma, signs. I move to amend the Article 61, Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, section 7-09-040E, section 3, by deleting, quote, together with its structural elements, unquote.
Second, okay. Is everyone clear on what that means?
Yes.
Okay. The voting has already started, so let's go. Yes, this is the amendment. It's a simple majority for the amendment. Five seconds. And the voting is closed. The amendment passes. So we're back to the article itself.
And I already read it before, right? So I'm good?
You're good. And we are ready to talk about our vote on Article 61. The amended Article 61. So if we can open the vote? Okay, amended Article 61 is, I move the town vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code, the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 709040, signs, by adding the underlined text and deleting the text shown in strike-through as set forth in the warrant and as amended in Section E3. And yes, the vote is open. Okay, we have 5 seconds. And the vote is closed. And I declare that the amended Article 61 passes by the required 2/3 vote. Article 62, street acceptance.
I have one sentence. It's a whole paragraph, so bear with me. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to accept as a public way the roadway known as Harrington Lane, situated west of Washburn Street in the central section of the town of Northborough, as heretofore laid out by the Select Board and shown on a plan entitled Roadway Acceptance Plan of Harrington Lane in Northborough, Mass., prepared by Cornerstone Engineering, Incorporated, dated December 4th, 2023, last revised March 6, 2024, a copy of which has been placed on file at the town clerk's office, to authorize the Select Board to acquire on behalf of the town, by purchase, gift, eminent domain, or otherwise, interest in property, including public way, drainage, and open space easements, sufficient to use said way for all purposes for which public ways are used in the town of Northborough.
The motion has been made and seconded.
This is an article to vote to accept a new road, Harrington Lane, as a public way. The Planning Board voted in favor of recommending the Select Board approve this road with completion of conditions outlined by town engineer.
Thank you. And the Planning Board's recommendation?
We voted in favor.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion on Article 62? Hearing none, we are about ready to open the vote. You're voting on, I move the town vote to accept as a public way the roadway known as Harrington Lane, situated west of Washburn Street on the central section of the town of Northborough, as herefore laid out by the Select Board and shown on a plan entitled Roadway Acceptance of Harrington Lane in Northborough, Massachusetts, as prepared by Cornerstone Engineering Incorporated, dated December 4th, 2003, last revised March 6th, 2024, and a copy which has been placed on file at the town clerk's office, and authorize the Select Board to accept on behalf of the town, by purchase, gift, eminent domain, or otherwise, interest in property, including public way, drainage, and open space easements, sufficient to use said way for all purposes for which public ways are used in the town of Northborough. Okay, let me catch my breath.
I know.
Is there any discussion on Article 62? No, I'm sorry, we're voting. We've already discussed. See how lost I am?
Was that quick?
5 seconds. And the vote is closed. And it passes by the required 2/3 votes. Citizen petition, Article 63.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
this is a citizen's petition. I move to amend the Northborough Town Code and the Northborough zoning bylaw, Section 7-03-060, design review, by removing the text in its entirety as shown in the below strikeout. The design review and the design review committee would be terminated and no longer a function of the town of Northborough. And by removing design review and design review committee, all references from all town zoning bylaws and Northborough zoning town code.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded.
I'm Dick Rand from 234A Church Street, and I was a member of the ZBA for 23 years. I got off 2 years ago. And the Design Review Committee was formed about 2003, and it was at the idea of the planning board, and it was a great idea. It was to be formed by, made up of a committee of architects, landscape architects, people in the construction and development business and real estate business, and it got formed in 2003. I remember the first case they had, and it was 148 Main Street, which is the septic business. At any rate, they reviewed it, and they reviewed all the articles that were going before the ZBA and before the planning board. And over the years, they got better and better, and around 2008, they had the CVS applied to build a new store in the center of town, and they collaborated with CVS, and the basic function was to be an advisory board, not to make decisions about whether or not something is good or bad, but have the applicants come in, go over their plans, and try and get the best plan they could, and tweak the plans so that they were in conformity with what the town wanted and what would look good within the town. At any rate, this worked great for years, until approximately 3 years ago, when the two architects that were on the board were up for renewal, or reappointment, and the planning board decided not to take their reappointment and to get a new face on the board. They had a new architect that they brought forward, and that architect has subsequently left. He quit early. And we also had Michelle Gillespie on the Design Review Committee, who was a realtor in town, did a great job. And those were the only professionals we had. There was a fourth person, a landscape architect, landscape businessman. And I don't know that he's a landscape architect. And therefore, we've had an organization that was supposed to be staffed by professionals and is no longer staffed by professionals. But it's still meeting, and it's still holding hearings. And now it's people who just give opinions, and they're really not qualified by the first, as we first formed this committee and as it's developed over the years, and we have people just on this board who are citizens. We have a chairman who's from the planning board, but not in the one of these professions. She's not an architect or a landscape architect or in any profession that's associated with developing property. And we have a fourth person they just brought forward, and he's a mechanical engineer. And he doesn't fit any of the criteria for being a professional on this board. Now this board is reviewing the new fire station project in town, and they're giving opinions on how the new fire station should be built. And the town has purchased the land, it's hired an architect to build this building, and now we have a board, and a professional board, I think, giving their opinion on how this building should be built. And, you know, some of the suggestions were that we shouldn't use the site. The site is not adequate for the fire station. It's not large enough. That maybe they should move to the Harvey property. It's several more acres, and it's out of the center of town. The only problem with the Harvey property is it's not for sale, and it's in a floodplain. Half of the property is in a floodplain. Another issue they had was the drying towers for the fire station. They didn't think that they were necessary anymore because these fire hoses are made out of plastic, so therefore they don't need to dry. But obviously they have water in them and they'll rot and get contaminated, and they need to dry. And another issue was the snow storage on the lot. I mean, the lot has been developed by the architects. They had proper parking and access for the trucks to get in and out. And we have a DPW that does the snow removal, and they have a couple $1 million worth of snow removal equipment, and they say they can do it without any problem. So all these issues that they're bringing up are really not legitimate issues, and we don't have a board that meets the criteria over the years of being professionally staffed. So that was the reason for my article, and that's all I have.
Thank you. There are people lined up who want to comment on this, so I will start over here.
Tim Shea, 214 Green Street. I've gone in front of the design review a number of times. The last time was the Del Greco site, 50 and 52 Southwest Cutoff, and it's not an advisory board. They're basically calling the shots. I was told to hire a landscape architect. First time, I've developed about a dozen properties on Route 20, and I knew what I was replacing. I was going to have a much better product than what had been there. Anyway, I hired the landscape architect, and then I was told by the board that they wanted to make some changes to his work. It's such a wishy-washy affair, attending the 4 months worth of meetings. It's expensive. You bring your architect, you bring your engineer, and they're an advisory board, but you still want to bring your attorney. It's just heavy-handed. I know it's late, but other communities I work in, they have the planning board handle it, and because the planning board will ask the same questions, or ZBA, that design review does. It's redundant, so thank you.
Over here, please.
Hi, Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive, and I am the chair of the Design Review Committee. Just to answer Mr. Shea's, the board that's currently on Design Review Committee wasn't the same board when he came in front of the board. That was when they had the two architects and Michelle Gillespie. This is a different board. But I also want to speak to the experience. We have a landscape architect on the board that's owned his own company for 40 years, and he went to Cornell University in landscape architecture and horticulture, and he has a business degree. And there is a person that newly joined our board. He is an engineer, and he also specializes and an expert in industrial design and brings a lot of engineering experience. And there's a third person who owns their own design company and has a certification from Harvard University. So I would say there is experience on the board. We're looking for an architect. If there's anyone in the audience who wants to volunteer their time, it is not paid. And also, I wanted to speak to it, and maybe Mr. Rand knows. I did email town council yesterday, because being on the planning board, when we change zoning bylaws, we actually have to cross out, like we said, strike out all of what you want to delete. You can't just say that you want to delete everything that talks to design review. So, and also when they first came in front of the planning board, he submitted an old zoning bylaw. It wasn't the current one. So town council, I don't know, did he give you a copy of his letter? I know it went to Mr. George, I think. So town council's opinion, and he can speak to it, is that the petition article must appear on the town meeting warrant exactly as submitted, and it wasn't. And also, a zoning amendment must be specific as to what terms are being added and what is being removed. As such, general instruction is not sufficiently, I can't say it. It's too late. It's just, I can't say it. Sufficiently specific. In my opinion, and if voted on, would be vulnerable to disapproval by the Attorney General. So the way it was submitted, it would be denied even if it would be voted on tonight. So I just want to speak against the experience, and we were disappointed that the community advocate actually didn't do fact-checking when they reported on it in the newspaper, because the people who are on their board, they are experts in their field, and it was disappointing to see it in the newspaper. I think that's it. But we also don't we are advisory to the planning board and the zoning board, and after I joined the board, I actually changed the way the memos are worded, and they say that the design review committee met with the applicant on January 3rd and January 5th, and we recommend these conditions, but we don't tell anybody what to do. We're just advisory. We don't vote on it. We just give recommendations, and then the zoning board and the planning board can do with it what they'd like. We actually try to save time because the applicants first go to staff, like I said before, and they hammer out whether they need special permits, variances, and then it's still in the weeds when it comes to design review. And when we meet with them and we go through the criteria that's in the bylaw, it's 709020, and we collaborate with the applicant, and then we write our conditions. And when he's talking about the fire station committee, that's probably the main part of why this is in front of us, because his wife is the chair, and the fire station committee didn't want to come in front of design review, but that's fine. So, but I just wanted to speak to the fact that we have met with them, and I thought it went pretty well. But we did not force anything to be changed. And a couple of the things that you mentioned about the hose tower and the drying racks were when I went to a fire station meeting as a resident and spoke. It wasn't anything that came out of the design review committee. We haven't even written our memo yet. We did write one memo that was very basic, but we haven't finished meeting with them yet. So those were my comments as a resident, but not as a board member.
Just to go to your comments, starting with the experience, I look online for a licensed landscape architect, and the person who's on the design review is not a licensed landscape architect in Northborough. So he may be a graduate, and he may not be. I don't know whether he is or not, and that's up to the appointing authority, which is the planning board, to certify or see that he does have a degree in landscape architecture. And secondly, somebody has a certificate from Harvard or any other college. I mean, you can get a certificate by going to a 4-hour online course. And, I looked online, and Harvard has different courses, they're different lengths of time. And you say that person has a design certificate. And design could be anything. I mean, it could be designing curtains, it could be designing cars, it could be designing computers. I mean, nobody specifies what design is. And then as far as mechanical engineering, I'm a graduate of an engineering school. There's a big difference between engineers. I mean, whether you're a nuclear engineer, a plastics engineer, a mechanical engineer. But, I mean, if you're a structural engineer or a civil engineer, I could see it, but it's not specified in the town bylaw that they're a member of this committee. So
We're all volunteers, Mr. Rand, and I appreciate your 20 years on the zoning board of approval, but your background as far as, I'm not sure exactly what you did, but I think, were you a policeman or a state police?
Excuse me?
What was your background when you were on the zoning board of appeals? Like, what was your degree in?
I have a degree in industrial management from Lowell Tech.
Well, I'm just saying, you're saying that we
And I have a
aren't
master's degree
experts.
from Anna Maria College.
May I just please ask, before we start getting into personal attacks, can we
Yeah.
focus on what the issue is with the citizens petition and address those items only.
Sure, thanks. I was just trying to point out that he was saying we weren't experts, but all boards are volunteers, and we have a set of guidelines that we follow and design standards, and I think to point out and say that some of the board committee members on our board aren't experts is a false.
So in the previous article, there was, you talked about not having volunteers and not having an architect, and you wanted to get an architect from possibly out of town, somebody who was employed in town. And we had 2 architects on the design review committee, and they put in for reappointment, and they got turned down. So I mean, you can't just pick and choose. I mean, there's very few volunteers, particularly architects. If you look online, licensed architects, there's 6 that live in Northborough. So you've had 3 of them that have already been on this board, 2 of them you've let go. It's going to be difficult to find another architect, I would think.
The architect just resigned in October, so we're still looking, if anyone. There are a lot of boards that are looking for committee members. And also part of our design review, it says the makeup is close to as possible as listed. It's not, we do the best we can trying to find volunteers, and I thank anyone who volunteers for any committee in town.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the next person over here.
I just want to answer one more thing that
Sure.
the Fire Station Building Committee, my wife is the chairman of the Fire Station Building Committee, and I find it disturbing that design review is trying to have input into a building when they have no knowledge or background in building a fire station. We've hired experts, we've hired architects and designers to build a fire station and design it, not to build it yet, and design review has decided to make these changes. At one meeting, there was a suggestion from the design review committee that they put a pergola over an outside eating area for the firefighters. And the architect went and designed a pergola, put it up, put it in their plans. Then the next meeting, design review said, we don't want the pergola, it costs too much money.
Can I just speak to that? Yeah. I just want to speak to that comment, and the design review didn't say that. I don't think we should go back and forth all night, but I have a quote, and he said that your guys may want shade up on the rooftop deck, which the architects designed. He said the guys may want shade, but he didn't say pergola, and he said it's totally up to your designers to decide. So he didn't say what to put up there, and he made a suggestion, and when it came back, I just made a suggestion, being on the town common committee, that to build a pergola with prevailing wages would be very expensive, never mind putting 2 on a rooftop deck, and that he recommended, you might want an umbrella. But he left it totally up to the design architects to decide, and to the fire station committee. We're not forcing anything upon anybody on the fire station.
Okay, thank you. Over here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Meter, Cedar Hill Road. I want to try to turn something into a little bit of a positive. I'd like to recognize an individual that's affected by a lot of this discussion, the planning director, Lori Connors. Lori puts in a lot of hours, and she puts in way more time than she really needs to. I'm referring to page 20 of the annual report. The planning director serves as staff to the Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, Master Plan Implementation Committee, Community Preservation Committee, and Design Review Committee. That's one person, that's Lori Connors. Anybody that watches the town videos sees multiple hours of discussion that Lori's hanging in and advising. So I just want to give some kudos to Lori for the time and efforts that she puts in. But I do have some questions. Lori, if you, through the moderator, Lori, of all those assignments, and I know it varies on a week-to-week basis, what % of the time do you devote to the Design Review Committee? And secondary,
Who said point of order?
Does this relate to the motion at hand here? Absolutely. I mean, I understand that her job description and ours is to put in some time to credit the Lord. I think we can all agree on that. But I think we should focus on the issue at hand, which is whether or not the design review committee paperwork was submitted properly, and whether or not we should continue with the design review committee in town.
Thank you for your input. Please, Lori, would you respond to that?
well, my
Yes.
finishing comment, sir. If you read page 20, you see the Zoning Board of Appeals has 18 applications. Planning Board has numerous meetings. Master plan implementation, Lori was brought in from Millbury as an expert, I believe, to do downtown revitalization. So, and if you look, Design Review Committee in 2023 reviewed 2 projects. So I'm just curious what the workload breakdown for Lori is. And secondary, what does the Design Review Committee do that's not already being reviewed by other authorities? Thank you.
Well, of course, my time commitment varies depending upon the number of applications that are before design review. On average, we meet once a month. Right now, we're working on design guidelines and other regulation changes. So we've been meeting twice a month on average for the last few months. Our meetings tend to go anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. When I'm reviewing an application, I'm reviewing it for multiple purposes. So I'm reviewing it for planning board, for ZBA, and design review. So I wouldn't really say that that's extra work because I'd be reviewing it anyway. So, it's hard to say for sure how many hours a month. I'd say probably on average, maybe 10 to 15.
Over here, please.
Marilee Borden, 63 Little Pond Road. I've lived here 20 years, and if there's one comment I've heard over and over again from people in this town is, to paraphrase, I wish it weren't so ugly. I wish there were more aesthetically pleasing buildings. I wish we had a cuter downtown. I wish it looked nicer. And so I, for one, appreciate that we have a group of volunteers that are putting in the work and the effort to try and get new buildings to stick to a set of standards that help us reach that goal of having a more aesthetically pleasing town. And I don't know that that's been the case of the Design Review Committee over the last, since 2003. If we look at buildings, there was one mentioned earlier tonight, the backwards buildings where the Hillside Grill is. Not sure how those pass through a Design Review Committee. I think everybody agrees those look ridiculous in the town. So I appreciate that we now have volunteers that are really sticking to the standards, putting forth an effort, and really making an effort to have buildings that are designed the way we hope our town is designed. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Hi, Dawn Rand, 234A Church Street. And I am married to him, and I do chair the Fire Station Building Committee. And I'd like to make 2 points tonight. First point I'd like to make is, so nobody is mistaken, the Fire Station Building Committee never said they didn't want to go in front of design review. I think we put down 4 meetings, Chief, or was it 3? 4 meetings with them, anticipating that it was going to be a long process. It was never said we never wanted to meet with them. From the very beginning, we put them in for 4 meetings. We put the planning board in for 3, I think. So it's not planning that the Fire Station Building Committee did not want to meet. So that was taken from something, I don't know what. The other thing I do want to address is we were told that they wanted something attached to the building as far as being shade for the firemen. Then it was said, no, they didn't like the pergola. And we got a message from them, or letters from them, saying an umbrella would be sufficient, where in the beginning they had said something attached to the building. So I just want to take issue with those 2 things that were pointed out. And I'm proud to be married to the man that came up and is taking the time to try to maybe make this committee a little better. Thank you.
Over here, please.
John Rappa, 105 Weston Terrace. I've observed the Design Review Committee on numerous occasions, and aside from a person who's got landscape experience, everyone else cannot, I don't believe, opine on aspects of construction, aspects of whether it's residential or industrial or commercial construction with the skill sets they currently have. It's arbitrary, it's capricious, and they should be cease and desist until they get the proper staffing.
Please.
Mr. Moderator, George Pember, 42 Hamilton Road. I just want to share an experience that I had this past year going before the Design Review Committee. I appeared with an architect and an engineer, went before the Design Review Committee. The architect sitting on the committee had probably 2 recommendations, probably took him 5 minutes to make them, and we made the appropriate changes. The landscape engineer, the landscape expert on the committee made some recommendations, took him less than 5 minutes. We made those changes, but it took 3 meetings over 6 months to get through the Design Review Committee. If we want people to know that Northborough's open for business, and we encourage people to bring your commercial and industrial business in town, that's not the way to do it. We have standards. Let's have the planning board or the ZBA meet those standards, but for goodness sakes, a 5 or 6 months delay to get through, we got nitpicked to death by people who weren't the experts on the committee. It didn't do my client any good, and I don't think it does any good for the reputation of this town. We should be business friendly, not people saying, oh, I don't want to do anything in Northborough because those committees are ridiculously difficult to deal with, especially the Design Review Committee.
These are the last 2 speakers.
Jeff Anderson, 260 Green Street. I'm not going to rehash what was said about the fire station, other than, you know, in my time here in town, I've been on more than a couple of building committees. And the first thing that's done is, you know, we hire an expert to help us with that, to review the plans, to go over the scope of the project, et cetera. To put another layer in there that really has no authority and, you know, in the end, doesn't have any impact on the project is, you know, it's egregious to the person who's coming in for the project. You know, we sat here last year and talked about groundwater, went back and forth, and the planning board got up and said, you know, groundwater was a waste of time. It's redundant. We don't need to do it. They pushed, you know, an article to get rid of it, which happened. Well, if anything sounds like it's a waste of time and redundant, it's this. There's plenty of boards that are reviewing the exact same thing that this design committee, which, you know, by the admission of people, really doesn't have any experts on the board. They're just, you know, another set of individuals with opinions. And, you know, as Mr. Pember said, you know, if we want to try and attract people to, you know, good business to Northborough, responsible business, you know, we can't constantly, you know, be viewed as the community that always says no. Now, I heard somebody earlier today said that, you know, right now we have 10 lawsuits pending. I mean, what are we doing here, folks? We should be making this easier, not harder. Thank you.
Over here, please.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I first want to say that the lawsuits have nothing to do with design review. Secondly, they don't. Secondly, it's, we've had certainly a lot of volunteers that I try to bring into the community and get onto the boards. We've had a lot of boards that have had a lot of vacancies. We're trying to fill them up. Design review is no different than that. When we started out, well, I started out, actually, we didn't have a full board at a certain time because one of the architects was out on a medical leave. And through the years that I've been here, the architects have, one of them, well, two of them actually have resigned. They didn't stay with the committee for various reasons. I think it's difficult to ask a professional to give away their talents. And most especially nowadays, architects are making very good money doing whatever their business is. So that to expect to be able to get, number one, two architects to give away their time in this day and age is a little bit unrealistic. The landscape architect that we've had here, I believe, was there since the beginning of when design review started. It's the same man. I think he did well. They were very happy with him. It's not here to talk about what he's done, but he's the person who would go and talk about the snow and that sort of thing. I don't need any professional accreditations to be on the board because I'm the resident, and that's all I had to be was the resident. But I have real estate license, and I have my own businesses, and I'm just as professional in making money as the next person. So we have an engineer who is mechanical with design and 30 years of experience. He is one of our newest members, and I am very happy that he will take the time and do as much as he's done to provide services for the town of Northborough as a volunteer. We have two things going on here. We have, is design review important? And is design review a problem for the fire station? Those are two separate things. I don't believe that the fire station questions or whatever were a big issue. Clearly, I was wrong. And I'm not sure why, when you look at the videos and you hear the stories, that they're not the same. So I would recommend that you do watch some of the videos to understand what was actually said. You will make this decision tonight whether or not you want to keep design review. That will go and make more work for the planning board, more work for the ZBA, and certainly more work for Lori. We are here as working as a team. And it's too bad that there's so many reasons why this one board has now come under fire, other than it's probably a very personal thing, and I'm very sorry for that. Thank you.
Okay, we have had plenty of discussion. And I think, Mr. Rand, do you feel comfortable that you were able to make your presentation? Yes. Okay. So I think we are ready to vote. As you can see up here, it says, to see if the town will vote to amend Part 7 of the Northborough Town Code and the Northborough zoning bylaw section 703060 by removing the text in its entirety, as shown below in strike-throughs. The Design Review and Design Review Committee would be terminated and no longer a function within the town of Northborough. Removing Design Review and Design Review Committee from all references in the Northborough zoning bylaw and the Northborough Town Code wherever it appears. The vote has started. It is a 2/3 vote. Okay. 5 seconds. And the vote is closed. The citizens' petition does not carry because it does not meet the 2/3 vote requirement. Chairman Cohen.
Mr. Moderator and members of town meeting, due to this early hour, I'm sure everyone is very awake and very excited to hear a lengthy and detailed presentation about the fire station building project. I will instead suggest that everyone join us at the library 2 weeks from tonight, May 8th at 7 p.m. for a public input session. If there are people here that do have specific questions about the fire station building project, feel free to come up and ask myself and Chief Parenti at the conclusion of the meeting. With that, I will make a motion to pass over Article 64.
Motion's been made and seconded. Let's do a hand count here. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Okay, we have passed over Article 64.
And I make a motion to pass over Article 65.
65, okay? There was a motion to pass over. Did I get a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion necessary? No. All those in favor of passing over Article 65, please raise your hands, cards, whatever. Those opposed? We have passed over Article 65. May I have a motion to dissolve this meeting?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Meeting is now dissolved. I want to thank everyone for your civility and your persistence. Let's do it again sometime soon.